Before any miracle appears in your life, it begins in silence. The silent word is the seed of manifestation, the thought that vibrates before it takes form, the invisible whisper that stirs the universe into movement. Florence Scovel Shinn would say, "The game of life is played with words." But she also knew that the most powerful words are not always spoken aloud. They are breathed through the spirit, silently, secretly, faithfully. When you speak in silence, you speak directly to the divine mind, bypassing fear, bypassing logic, and entering the pure realm of creation itself. There is a moment before the dawn, a hush before the miracle. In that quiet, your soul speaks in frequencies the outer world cannot hear. Every word you think is a vibration, and vibration is creative. The Bible says, "In the beginning was the Word, not the sound." The word existed in thought before it echoed into reality. Your inner dialogue is your first creation. The outer world merely follows the blueprint. So if you wish to attract abundance, if you wish to win the lottery or call in sudden wealth, you must first master the language of silence. The law of the silent word teaches that not all speech requires sound. Sound is only the shadow of thought. The true power lies in the idea formed in faith. What you hold silently in conviction becomes louder in the unseen world than any shout could ever be. The universe responds to frequency, not volume. So when you silently repeat a word filled with faith, the divine hears it as thunder. Think of the earth itself. Seeds are buried in darkness, beneath layers of stillness, unseen by the eye. Yet, within that silence, life is taking shape. The roots are spreading, the soil is warming, the seed is transforming into a force ready to break through the surface. So it is with your words. When you hold a thought of prosperity in your mind, quietly, lovingly, and consistently, you are planting a divine seed in the soil of your soul. And the law promises, what is planted in faith must bloom in form. Many people believe that to manifest wealth, they must work harder, push louder, or hustle longer. But the truth is this: the universe is not moved by noise, it is moved by energy. You can work yourself to exhaustion, but if your thoughts are filled with worry and lack, you repel the very abundance you chase. Yet a person sitting quietly, eyes closed, silently repeating a phrase of divine order and grace, aligns with the entire machinery of creation. That one thought can call forth 1,000 opportunities. That one silent decree can move heaven and earth to deliver what belongs to you by divine right. So, when you speak silently before the lottery, you are not just wishing for luck. You are declaring divine law. You are aligning your vibration with the frequency of abundance. You are saying to the universe, "I believe before I see," and belief, spoken in silence, is the loudest declaration of faith. The divine does not respond to begging, only to knowing. When you know, you no longer chase, you attract. You no longer plead, you expect. In this law, silence is not emptiness, it is fullness waiting to express. It is the pause where miracles are conceived. Most people fill their silence with fear, replaying doubts like broken records. What if I lose? What if I fail? What if it doesn't happen for me? But the one who understands divine law fills their silence with certainty. I already have it. It is done. It is mine under grace. Remember, the mind is a magnet. Every thought you hold long enough attracts its own likeness. If you hold thoughts of struggle, you magnetize lack. But if you hold thoughts of divine supply, wealth begins to flow to you in perfect order. Florence often said, "Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving." So, see yourself winning, not with desperation, but with calm assurance. Not with pride, but with gratitude. See yourself standing in divine light, the check already written in the unseen, waiting for the right moment to appear. Your silent words are creating your reality right now. Every quiet thought is a prayer. Every feeling is an order placed with the universe. So choose your inner words wisely. When you say within, "I am blessed," you are speaking a command that heaven must obey. When you say within, "Money flows to me with ease," divine law begins to rearrange the outer world to match your vibration. You may not see it yet, but the energy is moving. People, places, and opportunities are aligning to bring you what you have silently decreed. Do not underestimate the still moment before you speak. The outer world might say, "It's impossible." The facts may seem against you. But divine law is not moved by odds, it is moved by obedience to faith. Your task is not to figure out how it will happen. It is to hold the vibration that it already has. The moment you believe silently, without resistance, the miracle begins. Florence said, "Your word is your wand. But your silent word is your invisible wand, the one that works quietly while you rest. It moves through the spiritual substance of the universe and returns multiplied." When you repeat a silent affirmation such as, "I am one with the divine mind of wealth," you awaken divine intelligence to act on your behalf. Money begins to appear through channels you never considered. A sudden refund, a forgotten investment, a random opportunity, a lottery win that seems coincidental but was divinely timed. Faith spoken in silence is never lost. The divine hears every unspoken word. Even the sigh that says, "I trust you," carries creative power. So today, close your eyes, breathe deeply, let go of all resistance. In the quiet of your heart, speak the truth. I am abundant. I am aligned with divine supply. My wealth is unfolding in perfect timing. Then stay still, let the energy move. You have already planted the seed. The law of the silent word has heard you. And what you have whispered within will soon echo without. Because heaven listens best when you speak in faith, and sometimes the loudest prayer is the one said in silence. There is a sacred power in silence, not only in the words you speak within, but also in the secrets you keep guarded by faith. The divine does not ask you to announce your miracles before they are born. It asks you to protect them, nurture them, and allow them to grow in the hidden chambers of your heart until the appointed hour of manifestation. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the energy of secrecy, the holy protection that surrounds a dream when it is spoken only to God. Every divine idea is like a newborn flame. If you expose it too soon to the cold winds of doubt and disbelief, it can flicker out before it has taken form. That is why, when you are calling in abundance, especially something powerful and unexpected, such as a lottery win or a sudden inflow of money, you must learn to move in quiet faith. You do not need to announce it, explain it, or defend it. You simply need to know it. The energy of secrecy is faith in motion. It is the refusal to let fear, criticism, or disbelief interfere with your vibration. When a seed is planted, it is covered by the earth. It is not hidden because it is weak, but because it is sacred. In darkness, it draws nourishment. In stillness, it grows. The same divine law applies to your manifestations. The silent period is not delay, it is incubation. Every great manifestation begins unseen, unspoken, unknown to the world but alive in spirit. The Bible says, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty." The secret place is not a physical location. It is a state of consciousness where you and God commune privately, where your desire is kept holy until it becomes visible. Most people destroy their manifestations by speaking them too early. They tell others of their plans, their affirmations, their expectations, and then receive back words of doubt disguised as advice. That's impossible. Don't get your hopes up. Nobody wins that easily. And without realizing it, they let the disbelief of others seep into their faith. The divine power that was quietly gathering loses its momentum. That is why Florence warned, never voice your plan prematurely. The energy of secrecy keeps your spiritual garden free from the weeds of doubt. When you are working with divine law, you do not need validation. You do not need applause. You do not need anyone to agree with your dream. God is your only witness, and that is enough. Speak your word in the unseen, hold your faith in silence, and allow the universe to do its perfect work without interruption. The true believer walks in calm assurance, saying within, "It is already done, and I do not need the world to know until it appears." Understand this truth: your silence is not hiding, it is hallowing. It is setting apart your vision as sacred. Every time you keep your divine decree to yourself, you strengthen its vibration. You hold the energy close, and it becomes concentrated. Energy that is scattered through idle talk loses its charge, but energy that is contained through secrecy multiplies in intensity until it bursts forth into form. Imagine a caterpillar in its cocoon. It does not announce its transformation. It withdraws in silence, trusting the process. It surrenders to the darkness because it knows it is not death. It is rebirth. The butterfly does not need to prove that it is becoming beautiful. It simply emerges when the work within is finished. So too must you learn to stay within your spiritual cocoon of secrecy until the manifestation is complete. When you feel guided to manifest a financial breakthrough, perhaps you desire to attract $10,000 or a sudden lottery blessing or a miraculous opportunity. Guard that desire like a treasure. Do not tell it to those who cannot see what you see. Not everyone carries the vibration of belief. Some people unknowingly speak the language of limitation, and if you let their words mix with your faith, you dilute your power. Remember, your manifestation is not a group project. It is a divine covenant between you and God. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Man's word is his wand. But your wand works best in secrecy. Every magician performs his act unseen before he steps onto the stage. Every architect builds the plan before the building rises. Every miracle is completed in spirit before it is witnessed by man. So when you silently repeat your 7 words, under grace, in perfect divine order, now, you are not speaking them for the approval of others. You are activating divine mechanics that operate far beyond human understanding. There will be moments when your outer world seems quiet, when nothing appears to be happening. Do not mistake that stillness for absence. The energy of secrecy means the universe is rearranging itself behind the scenes. The people who must meet you, the doors that must open, the timing that must align, all are being set in motion while you remain in peace. Your task is not to explain the process, your task is to hold the vibration. The more you keep your faith to yourself, the more power it gathers. When you tell everyone what you are manifesting, you spread your energy thin. But when you keep it sacred, you condense your energy into a beam so focused that the divine cannot help but respond. The silence between you and your desire becomes electric. It hums with expectancy. The divine mind listens closely to a believer who trusts without proof, who whispers in secret yet knows the result is guaranteed. So, before the lottery draw, or before the moment you expect your breakthrough, withdraw into your sacred silence. Sit quietly, breathe slowly, and speak your 7 words within. Do not tell anyone what you are doing. You are not hiding a secret. You are protecting a miracle. You are wrapping your manifestation in divine grace until it is strong enough to stand in the light. Say softly within, "My miracle is unfolding in divine secrecy. I do not announce it, I embody it. I do not chase it, I magnetize it. I move in silence, and the universe moves in power." Hold that vibration until peace replaces impatience. Feel the divine warmth of assurance flow through your body. Know that what you have asked for has already been assigned to you in heaven's ledger. The energy of secrecy has activated the law of divine timing. And soon, what was whispered in faith will be shouted by joy. Because the greatest miracles are born in silence and revealed only when the world is ready to see the glory that was once hidden in your heart. There comes a divine moment in every seeker's journey when heaven opens the veil and reveals a sacred code. Not a code of chance, but a code of law. Not a prayer of desperation, but a decree of certainty. In the realm of manifestation, words are not casual. They are creative commands. The universe listens not to what you hope, but to what you declare in conviction. And tonight, in the quiet of your own faith, these 7 words will be revealed to you. Words so powerful, so complete, that when spoken in silence, they awaken the very structure of divine supply itself. These are not new words. They are eternal, ancient, woven through every miracle story ever told. Prophets have felt their vibration. Mystics have used them to command abundance, peace, and perfect timing. Florence Scovel Shinn herself spoke of them often, not as superstition, but as spiritual mathematics, the precise formula that aligns human desire with divine order. And these 7 words are, under grace, in perfect divine order, now. Whisper them gently. Let them roll through your spirit like a sacred current. Don't rush them. Let each word rest inside you as a vibration of truth. Because these are not words to be recited. They are keys to the invisible kingdom. Each one carries a frequency that rearranges energy, thought and matter according to divine precision. Under grace. To live under grace means to move beyond struggle. Grace is the law above the law. It is the divine override that cancels karma, softens consequences, and allows miracles to arrive without effort or harm. When you say under grace, you are declaring, I no longer attract through fear or force. I receive through peace and alignment. It is your way of saying, let my blessing come without resistance, without loss, without sorrow. Florence taught that grace is the secret to effortless manifestation, the law that ensures your good comes clean, perfect, and blessed for all involved. When you say under grace, the divine mind begins to reorganize circumstances in your favor. The path that seemed blocked begins to open. The people who were distant begin to remember your name. Money, opportunity, and favor begin to flow, not through striving, but through surrender. You no longer push the door. You let it swing open on the hinges of grace. Imperfect. Perfection is not flawlessness. It is divine harmony. To say imperfect is to align your life with the original pattern of God's design. You are saying, let this unfold without distortion. Everything in the divine mind operates in symmetry and order. The stars, the seasons, the heartbeat, all obey a perfect rhythm. When your manifestation flows in perfect order, it does not come too soon or too late. It arrives in the exact moment you can receive it. Many people rush the process. They speak their affirmation, then look around in panic, asking, where is it? Why hasn't it come? But perfection does not hurry. It arrives in divine timing. When you say imperfect, you are calling forth balance. You are trusting that what is meant for you will never require force. It will fit like destiny finding its place. Divine order. These are the two most organizing words in the universe. Divine order is the invisible blueprint of creation, the structure behind every miracle. It is what turns chaos into clarity, delay into direction, confusion into confirmation. When you declare in perfect divine order, you are invoking the highest alignment. You are saying, I trust that every event, every detour, every silence is guiding me toward the manifestation of my desire. Florence often said, everything comes through divine order. Man must not be anxious. He must stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Divine order is the proof that even your waiting is working. When you lose a job, when plans shift, when money delays, divine order is rearranging the stage so your blessing can enter at the right cue. You do not need to understand it. You only need to trust it. When the seed is underground, divine order is at work. When the clock seems still, divine order is ticking. When you feel nothing, divine order is weaving. Everything that concerns you has already been set in divine sequence. The door will open not by chance, but by appointment. Now. The word now completes the circle of creation. It is the trigger that activates the unseen. The divine does not operate in the past or the future. It exists only in the eternal present. When you say now, you call the power of the infinite into this moment. You remove delay, you dissolve waiting, and you claim your blessing as already done. Most people push their miracles into the future. Someday I'll win, someday I'll prosper, someday I'll be free. But someday is not a frequency. The divine can only respond to now. So when you whisper now, you collapse time. You draw the energy of fulfillment from the future into the present, and manifestation begins to accelerate. Say it softly within you, under grace, in perfect divine order, now. Let it echo through your chest. Feel it hum behind your ribs. These words are not only affirmations, they are commands. They speak to the cells of your body, to the laws of attraction, to the angels assigned to your path. They declare your readiness to receive. Repeat them silently under grace. I release control. Imperfect. I allow harmony. Divine order. I trust the plan. Now, I receive it in this moment. Each time you speak this silently, your vibration lifts higher. The old energy of fear begins to dissolve. The current of ease takes its place. What once felt distant begins to draw near. The universe, obedient to divine law, begins to match your frequency with visible form. You do not have to understand how it works. You only need to feel it. The divine mind does not need your logic, it needs your surrender. You are not forcing reality, you are aligning with it. Every time you whisper these words, heaven records your decree. The law is set in motion. Invisible forces begin their work. There is something holy about these 7 words. They are like a spiritual password that unlocks the vault of divine abundance. They contain surrender, harmony, order, and immediacy. The 4 pillars of effortless manifestation. Speak them silently before any important event, before a decision, before the lottery, before sleep, before any moment of uncertainty. Each time, you reaffirm that your life is guided by a higher rhythm. When Florence spoke these words, she was never begging, she was declaring. She said them as one who knew the law, not one hoping it might work. That is the difference between hope and faith. Hope waits, faith declares. And when you declare in silence, the universe moves in stillness to bring you visible results. Whisper them one more time under grace, in perfect divine order now. Pause. Feel the vibration moving through you. You have just spoken to the fabric of creation. The divine has heard. The law has been activated. And what you have said in secret is already being fulfilled in spirit. The 7 words are alive. They will follow you, protect you, and guide your supply to you. Repeat them not as a ritual, but as remembrance. You are not asking for a miracle. You are commanding divine law to express through you. Because everything that belongs to you, every dollar, every opportunity, every blessing, already exists in the divine mind. These words simply open the gate. And now, it begins to flow. Faith is the invisible bridge between what you desire and what you can touch. It is the hand that reaches into the unseen and brings substance into sight. Florence Scovel Shinn called faith the master key of life, because it opens doors that logic cannot. She taught that faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. That is the law of faith before evidence. Believing it is done before the world shows you proof. The outer world is slow, but the inner world is instantaneous. The moment you believe, the law begins to rearrange your life in silence. There is a difference between wishing and knowing. Wishing says, I hope it happens. Knowing says, it already has. The universe only answers knowing. When you are filled with faith, you are no longer asking the divine to create something new. You are acknowledging what already exists in the invisible realm. You are not waiting for the miracle. You are walking toward it as though it is already yours. That invisible confidence changes everything. It draws your desire out of the unseen and anchors it into form. This is the same law that governs all manifestation, whether it's healing, love, or abundance. You do not wait to see before you believe. You believe until you see. Florence would say, man must act as if he has already received. That is not pretending, that is aligning. The energy of faith precedes evidence. Every dollar you want, every opportunity you seek already exists in divine mind. Faith is the vibration that calls it forth. When you silently say, under grace, in perfect divine order now, with full faith, you are not just repeating words. You are sending out a spiritual frequency that tells the universe, I know it's done. The divine responds to that tone like an echo returning from eternity. But when you speak with doubt, with fear, with inner contradiction, your vibration scatters. The divine cannot deliver to a divided heart. The energy must be consistent. Think of it like tuning a radio. If you are on the wrong frequency, you hear static. But the moment you match the signal, the music comes through clearly. Faith is that tuning. When your belief vibrates in harmony with your desire, the manifestation can flow without interruption. You become the living receiver of what already belongs to you. The law of faith before evidence asks you to believe when there is no reason to believe. When the bank account is low, when the opportunity looks impossible, when logic says no. Faith is not built for easy times. It is designed for the gap between promise and proof. When you stand firm in that gap, refusing to waver, you activate divine law. The invisible begins to move. The angels take flight. The vibration of abundance starts seeking its physical form. The mind that doubts delays its miracle. But the mind that knows attracts speed. You may not see the path, but faith says, the path is already prepared. You may not know how the money will appear, but faith whispers, the supply is already assigned. You may not see your win yet, but faith smiles and says, it is already written. A Florence once told a story of a woman who prayed for money and said, I'll believe when I see it. Florence corrected her gently. You'll see it when you believe it. The woman shifted her thoughts, began to affirm silently that her supply was already released, and within days, the exact amount came through an unexpected source. Nothing magical, just divine law obeying faith. So, when you speak your 7 words in silence before the lottery, don't do it from a place of hope. Do it from a place of knowing. You are not trying to win, you are claiming what is already yours by divine right. The money you seek exists. The supply you desire is already circulating. The moment you believe, it begins to recognize you. Faith has a fragrance, a sound, a vibration. It announces to the universe that you are ready. When you hold faith long enough, your environment begins to rearrange to match it. Conversations shift, numbers align, timing changes, doors appear. You don't force anything, it unfolds. Because the divine mind responds instantly to the vibration of certainty. Every time you doubt, you push your manifestation further away. Every time you believe again, you pull it closer. That's why Florence said, never forget that faith brings what you need in the twinkling of an eye. It's not about time. It's about alignment. When your vibration stabilizes in faith, the time between thought and form collapses. Miracles speed up. So how do you practice faith before evidence? You act like it's already true. You give thanks as if it already happened. You feel relief instead of worry. You speak as one who already has the thing. You stop checking the clock, because faith lives outside of time. You stop watching the numbers, because faith knows the result is guaranteed. Say within you, I already hold the winning vibration. My blessing is secured under grace. I do not chase. I receive. Feel that truth in your chest. You are not waiting for proof. Proof is waiting for you. The moment your mind stops doubting, the physical world rushes to catch up. Faith before evidence is like the warmth before sunrise. The light is coming. You can feel it even when it's still dark. That is the beauty of this law. You don't need to see the sun to know it's rising. The same is true of your manifestation. When you feel the calm certainty inside, that's your sign that it's already in motion. Do not mistake silence for absence. The divine is never still. It is always orchestrating the perfect alignment. While you sleep, it moves people, events, and opportunities on your behalf. Your faith gives the universe permission to act. Doubt tells it to stop. Faith says, continue, it is safe to deliver. So, tonight, as you close your eyes and whisper your 7 words, under grace, in perfect divine order now. Do not wait for evidence. Know that it has already been given. Act as if you've already received the divine message of confirmation. Smile as if you already hold the winning ticket, not because you're pretending, but because you are aligning. Faith is seeing the unseen. Faith is owning what others cannot yet imagine. Faith is silence that speaks louder than fear, and when you stand in that vibration, your manifestation cannot resist you. Remember, the divine works through laws, not luck. Faith activates those laws with precision. The more you believe without evidence, the faster the evidence will appear. That is the eternal rhythm of creation: thought first, then form, word first, then wealth, faith first, then fulfillment. So, speak it in silence, and let your heart rest. The moment you said the words, the law began its work. You need not worry about when or how. The divine clock is never late. Hold your faith steady, and the evidence will arrive in perfect divine order, not by chance, but by certainty. Because faith does not wait for proof. Faith creates the proof. Before the divine can deliver, the human mind must be ready to receive. You cannot pour new wine into an old vessel, nor can you hold abundance in a consciousness still filled with fear, doubt, and limitation. Florence Scovel Shinn often said, man must prepare for the thing he asks for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. That is the law of preparation. The sacred act of making space in your mind, heart, and spirit for the miracle you have already claimed. You see, it is one thing to speak the word, but another to hold the vibration that can contain it. Many people pray for wealth while still vibrating lack. They repeat affirmations for abundance while secretly fearing bills, feeling unworthy of success, or doubting that good things can happen easily. But divine supply cannot flow into a closed vessel. If your consciousness is filled with anxiety, comparison, or disbelief, the channel is blocked. The universe may be trying to pour blessings into your life, but your cup overflows with worry instead of faith. Preparing to receive means emptying that cup. It means releasing every thought that contradicts your divine inheritance. It means letting go of struggle, guilt, and unworthiness, and replacing them with a quiet knowing that you are already chosen, already supported, already provided for. You cannot receive what you secretly reject. You cannot magnetize what you mentally resist. The divine does not withhold, it waits for readiness. So how do you prepare? You begin by cleansing your inner language. Every day, listen to the words you speak within. Are they words of lack or words of life? Do you say, "I never have enough"? Or do you silently declare, "My supply is endless"? Do you think, "Nothing ever works out for me"? Or do you affirm, "Everything unfolds in perfect divine order"? The universe hears your inner dialogue as commands. Your consciousness is the magnet, and your thoughts are the current. To prepare means to align both with divine frequency. Florence called this mental house cleaning. She would tell her students to sweep out the dust of fear and polish the mirrors of faith. She believed that every mind is like a spiritual room. What you keep in it determines what kind of energy you live in. You cannot decorate your mental home with poverty and expect abundance to visit. You must rearrange your inner environment to match the vibration of wealth, joy, and ease. To prepare the consciousness is also to imagine without limitation. Visualization is not fantasy, it is spiritual rehearsal. When you see yourself already in possession of your desire, you begin to shape your vibration to match that reality. Florence would say, "Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving." So close your eyes and see it, the quiet confidence of holding the winning number, the joy of financial freedom, the peace of never worrying again. Don't force the image, feel it. Feel the relief, the gratitude, the expansion in your chest as though it were happening now. The feeling is the proof of readiness. There is a divine reason the feeling comes before the form. It prepares your energy to match the frequency of your blessing. Emotion is energy in motion. Gratitude, peace, and faith are the highest currencies of manifestation. When you live in them, the divine recognizes you as an open vessel. You become like a tuned instrument, ready for the song of abundance to play through you. Florence often reminded her students, "Nothing stands between man and his highest good but his own fear and doubt." To prepare the consciousness is to remove those barriers layer by layer. Replace every fearful thought with an affirmation of truth. I am worthy of divine wealth. I am safe to receive large sums of money. I am guided by divine intelligence in all things. I receive without guilt, for my prosperity blesses the world. But each statement expands the boundaries of your consciousness. It stretches your capacity to hold more light, more supply, more joy. When you affirm these truths in silence, you are not convincing yourself. You are commanding your subconscious mind to align with divine law. And the subconscious, once impressed, will work day and night to manifest what you decree. Preparation is also physical. Just as a farmer tills the soil before planting, you must arrange your outer life to match your inner expectation. Clean your environment, organize your finances, make room for more to flow in. If you are believing for $10,000, create a plan for what you will do with it under grace. When the divine sees that you have prepared the vessel, it fills it. This is not superstition, it is spiritual efficiency. God does not send rain where there are no seeds. Becoming ready to receive also means detaching from how it will come. Many people limit the divine by outlining every detail. It must happen this way, through this person, at this time. But preparation is not control, it is surrender. You prepare the soil, but you do not dictate the weather. You set the table, but you let the universe choose the feast. The how belongs to divine intelligence, not to human reasoning. When you truly prepare, you release the need to manage the process. You simply know it will come, and that knowing creates peace. Repeat within you, I am ready to receive. My mind is open. My heart is clear. My channels are prepared. I am one with divine supply. Feel the energy shift as you say it silently. The divine hears readiness as music. It moves faster toward the soul that says, yes, without hesitation. Readiness is not about waiting. It is about vibrating at the level of the answer. When your energy matches the blessing, you draw it in naturally. The law of preparation transforms the receiver as much as it transforms the reality. You begin to think like abundance, act like abundance, and move like abundance. Every step you take carries a quiet certainty. I am prepared for my miracle. And when you are prepared, manifestation becomes inevitable. Florence would often quote the verse, "Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thine habitations, spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes." She explained that this meant to prepare in faith, to act as if the blessing were already on its way. If you desire more, make space for more. If you expect wealth, think and live as one who is already wealthy in consciousness. This preparation is not pride, it is partnership with the divine. You are saying to God, I trust you so completely that I am ready even before I see. That readiness is the magnet of miracles. So tonight, as you whisper your 7 words in secret, under grace, in perfect divine order now, let those words find a home in a prepared heart, a heart uncluttered by fear, a mind washed clean of doubt, a spirit wide open to receive the infinite. The divine cannot resist readiness. It rushes in to fill the space you have made. And as you rest in that awareness, know this: the miracle is already assigned, the supply already flowing, the timing already perfect. Your only work was to make room. And now, because you have prepared your consciousness to receive, divine order will take care of the rest. For readiness is faith in action, and every prepared soul becomes a magnet for the blessings heaven has long been waiting to give. Money, in its truest form, is not paper, metal, or digits on a screen. It is spiritual substance in motion. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that there is no separation between the material and the divine, because everything seen is first created from the unseen. The bills you hold, the checks you deposit, the opportunities that bring you income, all are physical expressions of an invisible truth, divine substance made visible through faith. To the untrained eye, money seems worldly, even unspiritual. But to those who understand divine law, money is simply the language through which the universe speaks abundance. It is energy shaped into form, proof that thought becomes matter. Florence often said, there is no lack in divine mind. If there is no lack in the source, there can be no lack in the expression. Money, therefore, is not evil, not elusive. It is obedient. It flows toward faith and away from fear. It is drawn to the one who honors it as divine energy, not the one who worships it or despises it. When you understand money as spiritual substance, everything changes. You stop chasing it and start aligning with it. You stop worrying about how much and start focusing on how aligned. Money is not earned by stress. It is attracted by consciousness. The vibration of lack repels it, but the vibration of gratitude magnetizes it. The divine law is simple: what you appreciate expands, and what you criticize contracts. So if you look at your bank account with worry, you are saying to money, you are not enough. But if you bless it, no matter how little, you are saying, I honor the divine in this form, and I know more is on its way. Every dollar carries a vibration. It remembers where it came from and seeks the next person whose energy matches its frequency. When you spend in fear, money senses it and moves away. When you give in joy, it multiplies and returns. That is why Florence encouraged giving as a spiritual act, not out of duty but out of faith. She said, the game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. When you give under grace, you prove your faith in divine supply, and the law of circulation ensures that what you send out must come back multiplied. Think of money as light. When light passes through a window, the glass does not own the light. It simply allows it to shine through. You, too, are a window for divine substance. You are not the source, you are the channel. Money flows through you, not to you. And when you release the fear of losing it, you keep that channel open. The tighter you hold, the more you block the current. The more you trust, the freer it flows. Florence called this the law of non-resistance. She taught that money loves order. peace, and purpose. It avoids chaos, anxiety, and greed. When you think of money as holy energy, you treat it differently. You organize it with gratitude, you spend it with intention, you invest it with wisdom, and you give it with joy. You stop saying, "I can't afford that," and start declaring, "It's not in divine order for me at this time, but my supply is unlimited." That statement holds dignity, not despair. It keeps your vibration high and your channel clear. Money does not come from jobs, people, or luck. Those are channels, not sources. The source is divine. When one door closes, divine law opens another. Florence reminded her students, the supply is always there, awaiting man's recognition of it. Your awareness is the faucet. Turn it on, and the flow begins. Forget that, and you live as though you were thirsty in the middle of an ocean. To prepare yourself for divine wealth, begin to speak differently about money. Every time you touch it, bless it. Every time you pay a bill, say within, "This money blesses all it touches and returns to me multiplied under grace." When you receive, say, "I am grateful for this divine energy circulating through my life." Speak to it as if it were alive, because it is. Everything created from divine substance carries consciousness. Money responds to the way you feel about it. Florence once shared a powerful truth. Man must become a magnet for supply. He must give perfect faith to the idea of abundance. That faith turns every dollar into a seed. When planted in gratitude, it multiplies. When buried in fear, it withers. If you think money is scarce, it hides. If you think money is divine, it seeks you. The divine mind cannot pour its riches into a vessel that condemns wealth. Therefore, love money as you would love sunlight, not for what it can buy, but for what it represents, the eternal flow of divine energy through you. There are people who earn vast sums yet live in quiet poverty because their consciousness is still bound by fear. And there are others with modest incomes who attract continuous miracles because they understand the energy behind their supply. The difference is not circumstance, it is vibration. To live in abundance, you must think as abundance thinks. You must feel as abundance feels. You must recognize that every coin, every bill, every digital balance is spirit condensed into matter, waiting to be commanded by your faith. When you whisper your 7 sacred words, under grace, in perfect divine order, now, you are commanding money to take its rightful place in divine harmony. You are reminding it that it belongs to you by divine right, not through struggle, but through spiritual law. You are not pleading for it. You are summoning it in perfect order. That decree removes the energy of lack and replaces it with calm authority. There is no shame in desiring wealth. The divine created prosperity for expression, not deprivation. Florence said, God's ideas come clothed in plenty. Lack does not glorify spirit, it denies it. The flowers do not apologize for blooming. The stars do not hide their light. And you should not dim your abundance to make others comfortable. True wealth blesses everyone it touches. When you prosper, you become a vessel through which grace flows outward. Your wealth heals others because it was gained in alignment with divine law. Say within you now, money is divine energy. It flows to me and through me with ease. I use it wisely, love it freely, and release it joyfully. I am a clear channel for divine supply. Feel the light of that statement. It changes your frequency instantly. The divine substance begins to recognize your voice. The current of supply strengthens. The people, ideas, and opportunities that hold your blessing begin to move toward you like rivers returning to the sea. Money, when understood as spiritual substance, becomes a friend, a partner, a teacher. It reveals your level of faith and reflects your inner beliefs. When you are at peace with it, it multiplies. When you fear it, it hides. When you honor it, it serves. The divine never meant for you to struggle for supply. You are meant to command it, lovingly, wisely, silently, through the law of faith and the vibration of gratitude. Every dollar that enters your life carries a message. The divine is still flowing through you. Bless it, use it well, and let it return in greater measure. The more you circulate it in harmony, the faster it multiplies, because spiritual substance expands where it is loved. And so, from this moment forward, see money not as an object to chase, but as divine light in motion. You do not earn it, you attract it. You do not control it, you cooperate with it. You do not fear losing it, you rejoice in its eternal flow. For as long as divine mind exists, the river of supply will never run dry. You are not separate from that river. You are the river. You are the current through which divine wealth moves. And as you honor that truth, your financial life begins to transform, not slowly, but immediately, because consciousness always precedes condition. Money is divine. And when you finally see it as sacred, it will start treating you the same way, faithfully, generously, eternally. There comes a sacred moment in every believer's journey when words are no longer just words, they become living power. That moment is the hour of alignment, when everything you've spoken in faith, everything you've imagined in secret, begins to crystallize into form. This is not the hour of chance. It is the hour of divine fulfillment. The invisible and the visible meet, heaven and earth shake hands, and what was once whispered in silence begins to take shape before your eyes. Florence Scovel Shinn called this the crossing point, the moment when your vibration finally matches your vision. Nothing about it is accidental. You have prepared your consciousness, guarded your words, and walked in faith before evidence. You have honored secrecy, blessed your money, and aligned your inner world with divine truth. Now, the universe begins to mirror your inner state. The energy that was once invisible starts rearranging people, timing, and circumstances in perfect order. The hour of alignment is not about waiting, it's about becoming. Manifestation does not chase you, it reflects you. You cannot receive what you have not yet become in spirit. When you speak the 7 words, under grace, in perfect divine order now, you are not merely affirming a wish, you are declaring identity. You are saying, I am one with the divine law that governs my abundance. Alignment means agreement. Your thoughts, emotions, and energy all say, yes, in unison. Most people live in misalignment. Their lips say one thing, but their hearts believe another. They say, I am rich, while worrying about lack. They say, I am blessed, while resenting others' blessings. But the law cannot respond to contradiction. It responds only to harmony. The divine hears not your words, but your vibration. And when your vibration sings in tune with faith, creation cannot resist you. Florence often said, faith without works is dead, but she didn't mean physical effort. She meant energetic action. The work of faith is alignment. It's holding your inner atmosphere, steady even when appearances contradict it. It's choosing peace when logic screams panic. It's smiling at the unseen because you know the unseen is realer than the visible. That is true spiritual discipline, to remain unmoved until the law fulfills itself. In this sacred hour, your task is simple: remain aligned. The law is already in motion. The moment you declared your 7 words, the divine blueprint was activated. The energy of grace began arranging all things in your favor. The only thing that can delay your manifestation now is resistance, worry, impatience, or disbelief. So, your work is to stay in peace, to let the vibration of faith remain uninterrupted. Close your eyes, breathe slowly, feel the divine current flowing through you. Whisper within, I am aligned with the frequency of my blessing. I am under grace, in perfect divine order now. Feel how those words hum like music in your chest. The more you repeat them, the more your energy synchronizes with the divine rhythm. You become still, receptive, magnetic. You no longer chase, you radiate. You no longer ask, you know. Alignment feels like peace. It feels like calm assurance. It feels like that quiet joy that comes before the miracle arrives. Because, deep down, you already sense it's on its way. Florence described it as spiritual poise, the ability to stand firm in the invisible, untouched by appearances. When you reach this state, the outer world bends to match your inner conviction. Imagine a tuning fork. When it vibrates, anything around it that shares its frequency begins to vibrate too. Your mind works the same way. When you hold the vibration of divine certainty, everything that matches it begins to move toward you. Opportunities, people, and even numbers align with your energy. That's why lottery winners often say, I just knew. That knowing is alignment. It is the invisible yes that precedes the visible reward. In this hour, you must let go of time. The divine does not operate on clocks. It operates on readiness. The moment your vibration is stable in faith, manifestation rushes to meet you. The when is not your concern. Your only responsibility is the what and the who. What you believe and who you are being. When those are aligned with grace, the rest unfolds with mathematical precision. Say softly in your heart, I am not waiting for my miracle, I am walking in it. The universe is aligning every atom, every number, every person to fulfill divine order. I am calm. I am ready. I am in perfect harmony. Let the words echo in you until they dissolve all tension. You will notice something begin to shift. A lightness in your chest, a quiet knowing in your mind, a warmth behind your ribs. That is alignment anchoring itself. The divine law is now active through you. Florence would tell her students, man's word is his wand, and he must keep it charged with faith. That is what you have done. You have charged your silent words with unshakable belief. You have walked the path of grace from thought to form. And now, all that remains is the stillness of faith. During this sacred hour, imagine your energy glowing like a sphere of golden light. Each repetition of the 7 words strengthens its brilliance. Under grace, see your protection. In perfect divine order, see your pattern. Now, see your manifestation. Each word is a command, each breath a signal to the universe that you are ready. The divine responds to readiness with speed. You do not need to visualize constantly or force emotions. You simply need to rest in alignment. The moment you stop struggling, the current carries you. Alignment is surrender, not struggle. It is allowing the divine to finish what you began in faith. It is trusting that what you have decreed in silence is already making its way toward you in visible form. Every doubt you release clears the path. Every moment of gratitude quickens the timing. Every calm breath keeps you tuned to divine frequency. And soon, the outer manifestation will appear, not by luck, not by effort, but by law. It will seem miraculous to others, but to you, it will feel natural. Because manifestation always feels natural when it is aligned. The miracle will not shock you. It will feel like remembering something you always knew was coming. So, as you sit in this sacred stillness, speak once more within your heart, I am under grace. Everything in my life unfolds in perfect divine order, and it happens now. Let the silence after those words be your offering of trust. The law is working. The universe has heard. The energy has aligned. What was once unseen is now inevitable. Stay in alignment, beloved soul. Keep your vibration pure, your heart thankful, and your mind still. For in this very hour, the divine blueprint is unfolding. The doors are opening. The numbers are aligning. The blessing is finding its way home, to you through you. And for you, under grace, in perfect divine order now. Beloved, the word has been spoken. The seed has been planted in silence. The law has been set in motion. Heaven has heard you, and divine order has already begun its perfect work. You have declared your truth in secret, and now the universe bends to fulfill it, gracefully, harmoniously, without delay. You stand now in the radiant field of your answered prayer. The vibration you carry has called forth every door that must open, every person that must appear, every blessing that must unfold. There is nothing left to chase, nothing left to fear. The divine mind knows your name, your number, your need. The law never forgets a decree once spoken in faith. Take a deep breath and whisper once more, with full knowing under grace, in perfect divine order now. Let the words rest in your heart like sacred light. You are no longer the one who hopes. You are the one who has become. The supply has already been released. The path has already been prepared. The miracle is no longer on its way. It is here, moving from the invisible to the visible in perfect rhythm. Say silently, I am open. I am ready. I am receptive. I am one with divine supply. Feel the peace that follows. Feel how the air itself responds to your vibration. That calm assurance you feel is not imagination. It is confirmation. It is the sign that heaven has already answered. Now, bless your life as it is and as it is becoming. Bless your money, for it is holy. Bless your desires, for they are divine. Bless your silence, for it has spoken louder than sound. Everything you have decreed will come to pass, under grace, in perfect divine order now, and so it is. What if everything you've been told about money is completely wrong? Right now, Millions of people are grinding through their days, convinced that their financial struggles come from external forces beyond their control. They blame the stock market crash, the government's policies, their boss who won't give them a raise, or simply bad luck that seems to follow them everywhere. Has this ever happened to you? You work harder, stay longer hours, cut every possible expense, yet somehow you're still living paycheck to paycheck, wondering why abundance feels like a distant dream reserved for other people. But before we begin, please hit the like button and let me know where in the world you're watching from today. It's always fascinating seeing who's joining us from around the world. Here's what might shock you. Your bank account has absolutely nothing to do with the economy, your job title, or even how hard you work. What you're about to discover might surprise you, but every dollar that flows into or out of your life is controlled by something far more powerful than any earthly institution. It's controlled by divine law. These aren't the kind of laws you learned about in school or read about in financial magazines. These are spiritual frequencies that operate completely independently of worldly circumstances, responding not to market conditions or government decisions, but to your personal alignment with universal principles that have governed abundance since the beginning of time. Think about this for a moment. Why do some people seem to effortlessly attract wealth while others, equally intelligent and hardworking, struggle their entire lives? Why do lottery winners often end up broke again within a few years, while others can lose everything and rebuild their fortunes seemingly overnight? The answer lies in understanding that money is not random, not political, and certainly not personal. It's obedient to spiritual law. If you're currently experiencing financial stress, limitation, or that constant feeling of never having enough, I want you to consider a radical possibility. You're not unlucky, you're not cursed, and you haven't been forgotten by the universe. Instead, you're simply out of alignment with the divine frequencies that govern abundance. This misalignment creates a spiritual disconnection from what is actually your natural birthright, a life of prosperity and flow. Most people spend their entire lives trying to fix their money problems by changing external circumstances, getting a better job, moving to a different city, learning new skills, or following the latest investment strategy. But what if the real issue isn't out there in the world, but within the invisible realm of spiritual vibration? What if your financial reality is simply mirroring back to you the exact frequency you're unconsciously broadcasting every single day through your thoughts, words, and beliefs? Stay with me until the end, because what I'm about to reveal will completely transform not just how you think about money, but how money responds to you. There are 7 specific divine laws that control every financial transaction in your life, and once you understand how to align with them, now I want to go even deeper into this hidden truth that completely revolutionizes how we understand wealth creation. The most profound revelation behind financial transformation isn't about working harder or finding better opportunities. It's about recognizing that money responds to vibration, not effort. This might sound abstract at first, but think about your own journey with money. You've probably noticed people who seem to effortlessly attract opportunities, while others grind themselves into exhaustion with little to show for it. The difference isn't talent, education, or even luck. It's the energetic frequency they're broadcasting into the universe every single moment. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every belief you hold about. Money creates a specific vibration that either magnetizes abundance toward you or repels it away. When your internal frequency is aligned with prosperity, money flows naturally. When it's misaligned, you can work 24 hours a day and still struggle financially. This is why some entrepreneurs build million-dollar businesses while others with identical strategies fail repeatedly. The uncomfortable truth is that you cannot outwork spiritual misalignment. No amount of hustling, grinding, or pushing harder can compensate for contradictory beliefs and misaligned energy running in the background of your subconscious mind. It's like trying to drive forward with the parking brake engaged. The harder you press the accelerator, the more resistance you create. Most people live their entire lives trapped in this exhausting cycle. They believe that success comes from more action, more sacrifice, more hours invested. They follow every business strategy, attend every seminar, read every success book, yet their bank account remains frustratingly stagnant. The The missing piece isn't another technique or tactic. It's understanding that your energetic blueprint determines your financial reality. This transformation in perspective changes everything. Instead of chasing money through force and struggle, you begin attracting it through alignment and flow. Instead of feeling powerless against economic circumstances, you realize you hold the remote control to your financial experience. Through your vibrational choices, the 7 divine laws operate on this exact principle. They work through frequency, not force. They respond to your spiritual decisions about who you are and what you deserve, not your physical efforts to manipulate external conditions. When you align with these laws, money begins moving toward you with the same inevitability that water flows downhill. The revelations behind this process are both simple and profound, requiring a complete shift in how you approach wealth building. Rather than asking, "How can I make more money?" the question becomes, "How can I become the kind of person money naturally flows to?" This brings us to a revelation that most people never discover in their entire lifetime. You are essentially operating as a spiritual bank every single day, whether you realize it or not. Every word that comes out of your mouth functions as either a deposit or a withdrawal in your energetic account with the universe. Every thought you entertain generates interest, either positive or negative, that compounds over time and directly impacts your financial reality. Think about the conversations you've had just this week. When you said, "I can't afford that," you made a withdrawal. When you complained about being broke, another withdrawal. When you joked about your financial struggles or spoke about money with fear and anxiety, you were essentially telling the universe to deduct funds from your spiritual account. But here's the fascinating part. When you speak about abundance, express gratitude for what you have, or declare your financial goals with confidence, you're making substantial deposits that accumulate spiritual interest. This hidden mechanism operates behind the scenes of your daily life, silently recording every financial thought and translating it into your lived experience. Most people unknowingly bankrupt themselves spiritually through careless speech and negative thinking patterns, then wonder why their physical bank account reflects the same emptiness. The transformation happens when you realize that these 7 divine laws aren't motivational advice or positive thinking techniques. They're precise spiritual codes that function with mathematical accuracy. Just like entering the correct combination opens a safe, aligning with these laws in exact sequence unlocks the vault of divine supply. There's no room for approximation or casual application. They either work completely or not at all. This is where most people miss the mark. They treat spiritual principles like suggestions they can follow when convenient, mixing and matching according to their mood or circumstances. But divine law doesn't bend to human convenience. It operates on the same unwavering principles as gravity or electricity. You don't negotiate with gravity. You either align with it or face the consequences. The impact of this understanding completely shifts your approach to wealth building. Instead of hoping for financial breakthroughs, you begin engineering them through precise spiritual compliance. Instead of leaving your prosperity to chance, you start operating the exact codes that govern universal abundance. The journey from financial struggle to abundance isn't about learning new strategies or finding better opportunities. It's about recognizing that you already possess the master key to unlimited supply, your conscious alignment with these divine frequencies. The vault has always been there, waiting for someone who understands the combination. The revelations within these laws expose why traditional financial advice often fails and why spiritual principles consistently produce results for those who apply them correctly. Write in the comments, "I'm ready for the codes," if you're beginning to see how this spiritual framework could transform your relationship with money. Now here's where this gets really interesting. 99% of people will never discover these laws because they're too busy chasing money through conventional strategies that actually work against spiritual abundance. They're caught in an endless cycle of panic and striving, applying external tactics while remaining completely locked out of the inner sanctuary where true wealth is generated. Watch people around you and you'll see this pattern everywhere. They're following the latest investment trends, switching careers hoping for better pay, cutting expenses to the bone, or starting side hustles that exhaust them. Behind the scenes, they're operating from fear, scarcity, and desperation, the exact frequencies that repel abundance. It's like trying to tune into a radio station while broadcasting static on the same frequency. The hidden truth that changes everything is understanding that money has no moral character whatsoever. It's neither good nor evil, virtuous nor corrupt. Money is completely neutral. It simply responds obediently to whatever vibrational frequency you emit, serving whoever commands it through proper spiritual alignment, regardless of their background, education, or even their perceived goodness. This revelation dismantles so many limiting beliefs that keep people trapped in financial mediocrity. You don't need to be more deserving, more educated, or more worthy to attract abundance. You don't need to sacrifice your values or compromise your integrity. Money doesn't judge your past decisions or current circumstances. It only recognizes frequency. Think about this for a moment. Money flows to drug dealers and saints alike, to college dropouts and PhD holders, to people with perfect moral records and those with complicated histories. The determining factor isn't character assessment, it's vibrational alignment. Money serves whoever speaks its language fluently through consistent spiritual frequency. This understanding completely transforms your relationship with wealth because it removes all the emotional baggage and moral confusion that clouds most people's financial decisions. You stop wondering if you deserve abundance and start focusing on becoming vibrationally aligned with it. You stop judging wealthy people or creating stories about why money avoids you, and you start operating the precise spiritual mechanics that govern financial flow. The journey becomes surprisingly straightforward once you realize you're not competing for limited resources or trying to prove your worthiness to some cosmic judge. You're simply learning to broadcast the correct frequency that money recognizes and responds to automatically. The impact of this shift in perspective is immediate and profound because it eliminates the internal resistance that sabotages most people's financial efforts before they even begin. Write in the comments, money is neutral, if this perspective is starting to reshape how you think about wealth and abundance. This brings us to a deeper understanding that revolutionizes everything you thought you knew about. Financial flow. Money is essentially spirit in motion, spiritual energy that has taken physical form and responds directly to the orders of those who stand in truth and proper alignment. It's not emotional, it's not personal, and it doesn't get offended or play favorites. Money operates as a neutral force that follows spiritual laws with the same mathematical precision as physics or chemistry. Think about this transformation in perspective. Instead of seeing money as something external that you need to chase, capture, or convince to come to you, you begin recognizing it as responsive energy that's simply waiting for clear, consistent direction from someone who understands how to communicate in its language. The hidden truth behind why so many people struggle financially becomes crystal clear when you understand that the universal intelligence governing abundance operates with extraordinary precision. This divine mind that orchestrates all financial flow will not release overflow into contradictory or confused vibrational states. It waits patiently, sometimes for years or even decades, for your internal frequency to match divine alignment before releasing financial supply into your experience. This explains why desperate people rarely attract abundance, why anxious entrepreneurs often sabotage their own success, and why those who most need money frequently repel it. The universe isn't being cruel or withholding, it's simply following its own perfect logic. Confusion creates confusion, desperation attracts more reasons to be desperate, and scattered energy produces scattered results. The impact of this revelation changes your entire approach to wealth creation. Instead of trying to force outcomes through willpower and intense effort, you begin focusing on achieving internal clarity and alignment first. Instead of wondering why your financial prayers seem unanswered, you start examining whether your vibrational signal is clear enough for the universe to safely respond. The journey becomes about achieving coherence between your conscious desires and your subconscious programming, between what you say you want and what you actually expect to receive. When this alignment happens, money begins flowing, not because you've worked harder or found better strategies, but because you've finally created the internal conditions that allow divine supply to move through you safely. Behind the scenes of every financial breakthrough is this same principle. Someone achieved vibrational clarity, and the universe responded with mathematical precision to their aligned frequency. Write in the comments, clarity over confusion, if you're beginning to see how your internal state directly impacts your external financial reality. This understanding leads us to one of the most counterintuitive revelations about wealth creation. True abundance doesn't flow to the cleverest people, the most educated, or even the most deserving. It flows to the obedient. Wealth is revealed to those who consistently align with divine spiritual principles through daily, exact, and unapologetic adherence to these universal laws, regardless of their background or intellectual capacity. You've probably witnessed this phenomenon without realizing it. The brilliant MBA graduate struggling with debt, while the high school dropout builds a fortune. The kind-hearted social worker barely making ends meet, while someone with questionable ethics enjoys abundant prosperity. The determining factor isn't intelligence, education, or moral character. It's spiritual obedience to the laws that govern financial flow. This transformation in understanding removes the frustration and confusion that keeps most people trapped in financial limitation. You stop wondering why life seems unfair or why your good intentions don't translate into material abundance. Instead, you begin focusing on the precise spiritual mechanics that actually control wealth distribution in the universe. Behind the scenes of every sustained fortune is this same principle. Someone discovered the divine laws governing abundance and chose daily obedience over occasional compliance. They understood that spiritual principles work through consistency, not intensity, and that alignment is a practice, not a one-time decision. The hidden truth becomes even more powerful when you realize that divine will actually supports your financial prosperity, not your lack. The biblical blueprint in 3 John, verse 2 states, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth." This isn't religious rhetoric. It's a spiritual instruction manual revealing that prosperity is part of your divine design. The impact of this revelation dismantles the guilt, shame, and confusion that many people carry around wealth. You're not being selfish by desiring abundance. You're aligning with divine intention. You're not taking from others by prospering. You're fulfilling your spiritual blueprint. The universe doesn't want you broke, struggling, or sacrificing. It wants you prosperous as a reflection of your soul's expansion and spiritual development. The journey toward financial transformation becomes a spiritual practice of daily alignment rather than a desperate chase for external solutions. You begin treating wealth creation as sacred work, approaching these divine laws with the same reverence and consistency you would any spiritual discipline. Write in the comments, divine obedience, if you're ready to approach wealth building as a spiritual practice rather than a worldly struggle. Now, this brings us to a revelation that completely dismantles one of the most destructive beliefs embedded in our culture. The false notion that poverty is somehow pious or that struggling financially makes you more spiritual. This couldn't be further from the truth. Poverty is not a virtue. Scarcity is not sacred, and financial lack does not bring you closer to divine purpose. In fact, the opposite is true. You are meant to prosper because you are a vessel of divine identity, and lack contradicts your true spiritual nature. Think about this transformation in perspective. When you're constantly worried about bills, stressed about money, or exhausted from financial pressure, how much energy do you have left for spiritual growth, serving others, or fulfilling your higher purpose? Financial stress doesn't purify the soul. It distracts it from its true calling. The hidden truth behind authentic spiritual teaching is that your outer world reflects your inner condition. When your soul begins to prosper through spoken word, obedience to divine principles, and genuine expectation of good, money, and opportunities begin responding to you with the same natural inevitability that waves respond to the gravitational pull of the moon. This is where the real transformation happens, not through grinding harder or applying more external strategies, but through cultivating internal prosperity first. Your soul's expansion creates the energetic foundation that draws material abundance effortlessly into your experience. It's not about deserving more money. It's about becoming the kind of person whose inner richness naturally magnetizes outer wealth. Behind the scenes of every lasting financial breakthrough is this same principle operating. Someone aligned their inner prosperity with their outer circumstances, and the universe responded by rearranging physical reality to match their spiritual condition. The journey becomes about nurturing your soul's prosperity through conscious decisions about what you speak, what you expect, and how consistently you align with divine principles. The impact of this understanding shifts everything because you stop trying to manipulate external circumstances and start focusing on the internal transformation that makes abundance inevitable. You realize that your bank account is simply reflecting back to you the level of prosperity your soul has achieved through spiritual practice. The revelations within this principle explain why some people can lose everything and rebuild quickly, while others struggle for decades despite having all the right opportunities and resources. This understanding leads us to a crucial distinction that separates those who experience financial breakthroughs from those who remain trapped in intellectual understanding without results. These 7 divine laws are not meant for endless analysis, debate, or philosophical discussion. They're designed for immediate, practical application through spoken word, repeated practice, and complete embodiment until your subconscious mind accepts them as absolute truth. Most people approach spiritual principles like academic subjects. They study them, discuss them, analyze their implications, and try to understand every nuance before taking action. But divine law doesn't respond to intellectual comprehension. It responds to vibrational embodiment. You could spend years studying these principles without experiencing any transformation in your financial reality if you're not actively speaking them, practicing them, and living them daily. The hidden truth behind lasting wealth creation is that these principles function as spiritual frequencies that you must become, rather than tools you occasionally pick up and use. You don't dabble in frequency. You either embody it completely or you remain outside its influence. It's like trying to tune into a radio station by thinking about the frequency instead of actually adjusting your receiver to match it. This transformation requires a complete shift from knowing about abundance to becoming abundance itself. When you truly embody these frequencies, you stop trying to attract money and start naturally emanating the vibration that money recognizes and responds to. The journey becomes about aligning your entire being, your thoughts, words, expectations, and daily actions with the frequency of prosperity. Behind the scenes of every financial miracle is someone who stopped analyzing spiritual principles and started living them. They made the conscious decision to embody these frequencies so completely that their outer world had no choice but to rearrange itself to match their inner vibration. The impact of this approach is immediate and profound because your subconscious mind only accepts what you repeatedly demonstrate. Through consistent action and spoken word, reading about abundance principles once or twice has minimal effect. But speaking them daily, practicing them consistently, and embodying them completely rewrites your internal programming at the deepest level. The revelations that come through embodiment rather than analysis create lasting transformation because you're not just changing your thinking, you're changing your entire energetic signature. Write in the comments, embodiment over analysis. If you're ready to stop studying wealth principles and start living them completely. Now, let me reveal the first divine law that will fundamentally transform how you approach every conversation, every internal dialogue, and every casual comment you make throughout your day. The law of the word operates on a principle that most people never grasp. Every single word you speak creates a spiritual mold into which divine substance is automatically poured. Think about this revelation for a moment. Your words aren't just sounds that disappear into the air. They're creative forces that literally shape the substance of your life experience. When you speak from fear, doubt, or limitation, you're creating scarcity molds that the universe fills with matching experiences. When you speak from faith, expectation, and abundance, you're creating supply molds that attract prosperity into your reality. The hidden truth behind this process is that the spiritual world operates with recording precision. It listens constantly to every word you speak and multiplies what it hears without questioning the wisdom, truth, or consequences of your statements. The universe doesn't filter your words through logic or protect you from poor choices. It simply responds to your vibrational instruction with mathematical accuracy. This means when you casually say, "I'm always behind on my bills," you're giving the universe a direct order to create more situations where you're behind. When you joke, "I'm so broke," you're programming your reality for continued financial lack. But here's where the transformation happens. When you consciously declare, "I'm abundantly provided for," you're literally molding your future experiences around that frequency. The impact of understanding this law changes everything, because you realize your mouth isn't just for communication. It's your primary tool for reality creation. Behind the scenes of every financial struggle is unconscious negative programming delivered through careless speech patterns that most people repeat thousands of times without awareness. The journey toward financial transformation begins the moment you take complete responsibility for every word that comes out of your mouth. You stop treating conversation as casual commentary and start approaching it as sacred creation work. You begin speaking intentionally rather than reactively, understanding that your words are literally building your tomorrow's experiences. The revelations that come through conscious application of this law are immediate and undeniable because you start witnessing how your deliberate word choices create corresponding shifts in your external circumstances. Write in the comments, "My words create my world," if you're ready to transform your relationship with language and begin speaking your abundance into existence. This brings us to a profound shift in perspective that most people never make in their entire lifetime. Your mouth was never designed to function as a thermometer that simply reports current conditions. It's meant to operate as a creative instrument that actively shapes and rewrites your reality with every sentence you speak. Most people spend their lives echoing their bank account balance instead of authoring their financial future through conscious word choice. Think about the conversations you've had this week. How often did you describe your current financial situation as if you were reading numbers off a screen? How frequently did you complain about bills, joke about being broke, or express worry about money? Each time you did this, you were essentially programming the universe to maintain those exact conditions rather than transforming them. The hidden truth behind lasting financial transformation is that you must stop treating your mouth like a news reporter and start using it like a master architect. Instead of saying, "I can't afford that," you begin declaring, "My supply meets every demand." Instead of complaining, "Money is so tight," you start affirming, "Abundance flows easily into my life." This isn't positive thinking, it's reality engineering through conscious creation. The transformation happens when you realize that until your speech becomes sacred and intentional, your money cannot become stable. There's a direct, unbreakable connection between conscious speaking and financial stability according to spiritual law. Your words either stabilize or destabilize your financial flow based on their vibrational frequency and creative power. Behind the scenes of every person with consistent financial stability is someone who learned to guard their words like precious seeds, understanding that careless speech patterns create chaotic money patterns, while deliberate declarations create steady abundance streams. The impact of this revelation changes your entire relationship with communication because you begin approaching every conversation as an opportunity to strengthen your financial foundation. The journey toward sacred speech requires vigilance and practice because most people have decades of unconscious programming to overcome. But the moment you commit to speaking only what you want to multiply in your experience, your entire financial reality begins shifting to match your elevated word choices. The revelations that come through sacred speech extend far beyond money because you discover that every area of your life responds to the same creative principle operating through your conscious word choices. Write in the comments, "Sacred speech creates abundance," if you're ready to transform your mouth into a tool for financial creation rather than financial reporting. Now, as powerful as conscious speech is for transforming your financial reality, there's a second divine law that works in perfect harmony with your words to create unstoppable abundance flow. The law of circulation reveals that money is meant to move, flow, and circulate, never to be gripped, hoarded, or held in fear. Money is literally spirit in motion, and like all spiritual energy, it expands when released in faith and contracts when held in fear, perfectly honoring whatever vibration you emit around it. Think about this transformation in understanding. Most people treat money like a precious resource they need to protect and preserve, clutching it tightly out of fear that there won't be enough. But this approach actually works against the very nature of money itself. Spiritual energy cannot multiply in stagnation. It requires movement, flow, and circulation to expand and return to you amplified. The hidden truth behind why some people effortlessly attract money while others struggle to keep it is found in their relationship with circulation. Those who understand this law release money with joy, confidence, and expectation of return. They give, invest, and spend from a place of abundance, knowing that circulation creates more circulation. But those who operate from scarcity grip every dollar, second-guess every expenditure, and unconsciously teach the universe that they don't trust it to provide. When you hold money in fear or hoard it out of anxiety about the future, you're essentially sending a vibrational message to the universe that you don't trust it to return your investment. You're programming scarcity into your experience by treating abundance like a finite resource that must be conserved rather than a flowing river that must be directed. Behind the scenes of every financial breakthrough is someone who learned to release money with the same confidence they have in breathing, knowing that what goes out will naturally return, usually multiplied. The impact of understanding circulation completely changes your relationship with spending, giving, and investing, because you stop operating from fear of loss and start operating from expectation of return. The journey toward mastering circulation requires rewiring deep survival instincts that tell you to hoard and protect. But divine law cannot multiply abundance in an atmosphere of suspicion, anxiety, or tight-fisted control. It requires flow, movement, and the kind of confidence that comes from understanding money as cooperative spiritual energy rather than competitive material resource. The revelations that come through practicing conscious circulation extend far beyond your bank account because you begin experiencing how all forms of energy respond to the same principle of release and return. Write in the comments, "I trust the flow," if you're ready to release the fear-based grip on money and start circulating with confidence and expectation. This understanding takes us deeper into the mechanics of conscious circulation because it's not enough to simply release money with good intentions. Every dollar you release should be accompanied by spoken declaration of its return. This single practice transforms ordinary spending into spiritual transaction that commands multiplication and activates the circulation loop with divine precision. Most people release money silently, hoping for the best, but not actively directing its return. They pay bills, make investments, or give gifts without ever speaking over the transaction or declaring their expectation of abundance flowing back to them. But when you add conscious declaration to every financial release, you're essentially programming the universe with specific instructions about how that energy should multiply and return to your experience. The transformation happens when you realize that tithing, gifting, and investing are not merely material decisions about moving money from one account to another. They're spiritual transactions that either expand or contract your abundance pipeline based on the frequency and declaration you bring to them. When performed with proper vibrational alignment and spoken word, these activities call forth exponential return rather than loss. Think about this shift in perspective. Instead of grimacing when you pay bills, you begin declaring, "This payment activates my supply channels." Instead of reluctantly giving gifts, you joyfully proclaim, "What I release returns to me multiplied." Instead of nervously making investments, you confidently affirm, "This seed produces abundant harvest in perfect timing." The hidden truth behind why some people experience miraculous returns on their giving while others feel depleted is found in this practice of conscious declaration. Behind the scenes of every financial miracle is someone who learned to speak over every transaction, turning routine money movements into powerful spiritual activations that command the universe's cooperation. The impact of this practice is immediate because you're no longer passively hoping that your financial releases will somehow benefit you. You're actively commanding their return through the same creative power that governs all abundance flow. The journey toward mastering circulation with declaration requires developing the habit of never releasing money silently again, understanding that your words are the activating force that transforms spending into spiritual investment. The revelations that come through this practice extend beyond personal finance because you begin witnessing how conscious direction affects every form of energy exchange in your life, from relationships to business opportunities to creative endeavors. Write in the comments, "I declare abundance," if you're ready to transform every financial transaction into a conscious spiritual activation through spoken word. Now, the first two laws we've explored create the foundation for abundance flow through conscious word and circulation. But there's a third divine law that bridges the gap between spiritual principle and physical manifestation in the most profound way. The law of assumption requires that you walk, speak, breathe, and expect as if your financial demonstration is already complete. Because in divine mind, it already is. What delays the visible manifestation is not divine timing or external circumstances. It's your own refusal to step into the feeling of completion. This transformation in approach challenges everything most people believe about manifestation because it requires you to live from the end result rather than working toward it. Most people operate from a vibration of striving, hoping, and waiting for their abundance to arrive. But this very frequency of expectation actually delays what you're trying to create, because you cannot manifest wealth while vibrating in a state of waiting or hoping. The hidden truth behind instantaneous financial breakthroughs is that someone collapsed the timeline and assumed the frequency of fulfillment now, living as if their supply was already released into their experience. They stopped asking, "When will my money come?" and started operating from, "My abundance is here now." They quit rehearsing lack through anxious waiting and began embodying wealth through confident assumption. Think about this shift in your own experience. When you truly assume something is already yours, you stop desperately seeking it. When you know your paycheck is coming, you don't panic about money. When you're certain about an outcome, you naturally relax into its reality. The law of assumption works the same way, but it requires you to step into that certainty before seeing physical evidence. Behind the scenes of every financial miracle is someone who made the decision to live as if their demonstration was already complete. They began making decisions from abundance rather than scarcity, speaking from fulfillment rather than lack, and expecting from certainty rather than hope. The impact of this practice is immediate because your entire energy field shifts from the vibration of seeking to the vibration of having. The journey toward mastering assumption requires releasing the need for external validation before stepping into your new financial identity. It means feeling wealthy before your bank account changes, acting abundant before opportunities appear, and expecting prosperity before circumstances shift. The revelations that come through consistent assumption practice transform not just your relationship with money, but your entire approach to creating any desired outcome in your life. Write in the comments, "It is already done," if you're ready to step into the frequency of financial completion, rather than continuing to wait for abundance to arrive. This practice of assumption isn't wishful thinking or self-deception. It's spiritual rehearsal that trains your body, breath, and cells to radiate the condition you command rather than the condition you currently experience. When you consistently assume wealth, you're literally reprogramming your nervous system, your posture, your decision-making patterns, and your energetic signature to match abundance rather than lack. Think about how this transformation works on a cellular level. When you genuinely feel wealthy, your body chemistry changes, your stress hormones decrease, your confidence increases, and you naturally begin making choices that wealthy people make. Your brain starts recognizing opportunities that were always there but invisible to your scarcity-focused awareness. This isn't positive thinking. It's biological and energetic reprogramming through conscious assumption. The hidden truth behind why assumption works so powerfully is that your subconscious mind cannot distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and actual experiences. When you consistently rehearse the feeling of financial abundance, your internal guidance system begins directing you toward thoughts, actions, and opportunities that align with that assumed reality. Now, this brings us to the fourth divine law that amplifies everything we've discussed so far through a practice that most people completely misunderstand: the law of tithing. With word reveals that tithing is not religious obligation, guilt-driven duty, or superstitious ritual. It's spiritual alignment that activates abundant flow when done with conscious declaration and specific intention. Most people approach giving from exactly the wrong frequency. They give money and hope for the best, treating tithing like a cosmic lottery ticket where they're not sure if anything will come back. But the few who understand this law give money and command return through spoken word, transforming ordinary giving into powerful spiritual activation that the universe must respond to. Behind the scenes of every person who experiences miraculous returns on their giving is someone who learned to tithe with word, not just with money. They don't give silently and hope. They give boldly and declare. They don't tithe from fear of consequence, but from confidence in cosmic law. The impact of this approach completely changes your relationship with generosity because you're no longer losing money when you give. You're investing in guaranteed multiplication. The journey toward mastering tithing with word requires understanding that your spoken declaration over every gift, donation, or tithe is what activates the return mechanism. The revelations that come through this practice extend far beyond financial return because you begin witnessing how conscious direction transforms every form of energy exchange in your experience. Write in the comments, "I tithe with declaration," if you're ready to transform your giving from hopeful gesture into powerful spiritual command that activates guaranteed return. This understanding takes tithing to its deepest spiritual level, because true tithing is not about giving to individuals, organizations, or even causes you believe in. It's about giving to spiritual principle itself, acknowledging that spirit is your ultimate source rather than any person, job, or institution. When you tithe from this perspective, you're not trying to support someone else's work. You're honoring the universal law that governs all supply and circulation. The transformation happens when you realize that authentic tithing is done from covenant rather than emotion. It's not about feeling moved by someone's story, guilted into giving, or hoping to earn favor through generosity. It's about entering into spiritual contract with the law of circulation itself, sealing your participation in divine flow through conscious giving that acknowledges the source of all abundance. Think about this shift in your own giving patterns. When you give to principle rather than personality, you're no longer dependent on how others use your gift or whether they appreciate your generosity. You're not giving to get emotional satisfaction or recognition. You're giving to activate cosmic law that must respond regardless of human variables or external circumstances. The hidden truth behind exponential returns on giving is that someone learned to tithe as spiritual practice rather than emotional response. Behind the scenes of every miraculous multiplication is a person who understood that their giving was actually a declaration of faith in universal supply, not a transaction with limited human resources. But here's where most people miss the full power of this practice. You must never give in silence again. Every act of generosity must be accompanied by spoken declaration that waters the seed you're planting with your voice. Most people give money and walk away, treating their generosity like a gamble where they hope something good might happen. But when you speak over every gift, affirming its increase and expecting its return, you transform ordinary giving into spiritual command that the universe must honor. The impact of this practice is immediate, because you're no longer wondering if your giving will produce results. You're actively programming its multiplication through conscious declaration. The journey toward mastering declared giving requires developing the habit of never releasing money without speaking your expectation over it, understanding that your words are the activating force that distinguishes random generosity from strategic spiritual investment. The revelations that come through this practice teach you that every seed you plant in any area of life requires the water of spoken word to produce maximum harvest, whether you're planting financial seeds, relationship seeds, business seeds, or creative seeds. Write in the comments, "I speak over every seed," if you're ready to transform your giving from silent hope into powerful spiritual activation through conscious declaration. Now, the first 4 laws create incredible momentum toward abundance, but there's a 5th divine law that determines whether all your efforts will succeed or sabotage themselves through internal contradiction. The law of agreement reveals that you cannot say one thing and believe another without creating vibrational chaos that blocks your manifestation. Agreement means sacred harmony between what you say, what you believe, and what you genuinely expect to happen in your experience. Most people unknowingly violate this law constantly, creating internal warfare that neutralizes their abundance efforts. They affirm wealth in the morning but worry about bills at night. They declare prosperity while making jokes about being broke. They speak abundance but expect struggle. This contradiction creates scrambled signals that confuse the universe and delay financial breakthrough indefinitely. The transformation happens when you realize that true agreement isn't just about positive thinking. It's about achieving complete vibrational coherence between your conscious desires and your subconscious programming. When your inner and outer word finally align, you become magnetic to matching abundance because there's no internal resistance disrupting your signal. Think about this challenge in your own experience. How often do you catch yourself speaking abundance while feeling scarcity? How frequently do you affirm prosperity while your deeper beliefs whisper doubts about your worthiness or capability? The hidden truth behind why some people manifest quickly while others struggle for years is found in this internal agreement between all levels of their being. But here's where this gets really powerful. You must consciously burn your contracts with scarcity. Over the years, you've made silent agreements with lack through family patterns that normalized struggle, cultural conditioning that romanticized poverty, and casual conversations that reinforced limitation. These unconscious contracts are still operating in your subconscious, sabotaging your conscious abundance efforts. The journey toward complete agreement requires actively dissolving these old contracts and consciously signing new ones that agree only with wealth, prosperity, and divine supply. Behind the scenes of every sustained financial transformation is someone who did this inner work of contract revision, refusing to honor agreements with lack that were never their true choice. The impact of achieving internal agreement is immediate because your entire being begins broadcasting the same frequency. Your words, thoughts, emotions, and expectations all begin pulling in the same direction rather than working against each other. The revelations that come through this practice extend far beyond money because you discover how internal agreement affects every area of manifestation in your life. Write in the comments, "I choose new agreements," if you're ready to dissolve old contracts with lack and sign fresh agreements that align completely with abundance. Now, this brings us to what might be the most foundational divine law of all. Because even if you master every other principle, your results will always be limited by this 6th law. The law of identity reveals that you can only receive what your identity can hold and attract what your subconscious genuinely believes you're worthy of experiencing. If you see yourself as a struggler, someone who's bad with money, or a person who never gets ahead, the universe has no choice but to mirror that exact limitation back to you. This is where most people hit an invisible ceiling in their financial growth. They might apply abundance techniques, speak positive words, and even experience temporary breakthroughs, but eventually they return to their original financial condition because their core identity hasn't shifted. Your subconscious mind acts like a thermostat, constantly adjusting your external circumstances to match your internal sense of who you are. The transformation happens when you understand that identity change must precede reality change, not the other way around. Most people wait for external circumstances to shift before they allow themselves to feel wealthy, successful, or abundant. But according to spiritual law, you must replace every old label with new identity statements first. then reality reshapes itself to match your new self-concept. Think about the labels you've carried about yourself and money. I'm not good with numbers. Money doesn't come easily to me. I'm just not the wealthy type. Rich people are different from me. Every one of these identity statements functions like a spiritual contract that limits what you can receive because your subconscious mind will sabotage any opportunity that conflicts with your established sense of self. The hidden truth behind lasting financial transformation is that someone consciously replaced statements like, "I'm bad with money," with "I am wealth in motion." They stopped identifying as someone who struggles and started embodying the identity of someone for whom abundance flows naturally. Behind the scenes of every sustained prosperity story is this fundamental identity shift that preceded all external changes: the journey toward identity. Transformation requires daily repetition of new self-concepts until they feel more natural than the old limiting labels. You must speak your new identity aloud, think from your new identity, and make decisions from your new identity until your subconscious finally accepts this upgraded version of who you are. The impact of this work is profound because once identity truly changes through conscious repetition, reality must follow according to spiritual law. The revelations that come through identity transformation extend far beyond money because you discover that every area of your life reflects back your deepest beliefs about who you are and what you deserve to experience. Write in the comments, "I am wealth in motion," if you're ready to replace old financial identity labels with new abundance statements that reshape your entire reality. Now, all 6 laws we've explored create incredible potential for financial transformation, but there's a 7th and final divine law that determines whether you'll actually experience lasting change or simply remain an educated observer of spiritual principles. The law of obedience reveals that you cannot command money if you refuse to obey spiritual law consistently. This isn't about achieving perfection or never making mistakes. It's about developing the kind of daily, intentional, sacred repetition that reshapes your entire reality through rhythm. Most people approach spiritual principles like a buffet, picking and choosing which laws they'll follow based on their mood, convenience, or current circumstances. They practice abundance techniques when they remember, speak consciously when they feel inspired, and circulate money when it seems easy. But divine law doesn't respond to casual application. It responds to consistent obedience that creates new patterns in your subconscious programming. The transformation happens when you realize that spiritual obedience is the bridge between knowing these laws and living their results. Behind the scenes of every sustained financial breakthrough is someone who made the decision to practice these principles daily, regardless of how they felt, what their circumstances looked like, or whether they saw immediate evidence of change. Think about this challenge in your own journey with these 7 laws. How often have you learned powerful spiritual principles only to apply them sporadically when life got busy or doubt crept in? The hidden truth is that rhythm creates results more than intensity ever will. Someone who practices these laws imperfectly but consistently will always outperform someone who applies them perfectly but occasionally. This understanding leads us to a practical framework that can revolutionize your relationship with money in just 7 days. The 7 Days of Covenant Living Challenge requires you to practice all 7 laws daily as your new rhythm, creating a comprehensive spiritual practice that addresses every aspect of financial manifestation simultaneously. The structure is surprisingly simple, but profoundly effective. Each morning begins with conscious word declaration, speaking your financial reality into existence. Midday involves assumption embodiment, living as if your abundance is already complete. Throughout the day, you practice thought substitution, replacing any scarcity thinking with abundance statements. Evening includes circulation with declaration, releasing money while speaking its return. Finally, you seal each day with expectation practices that anchor your faith in divine provision. The impact of this 7-day intensive creates momentum that most people have never experienced because you're addressing financial transformation from every angle simultaneously rather than hoping one technique will somehow override years of contradictory programming. Write in the comments, "I commit to 7 days," if you're ready to move beyond studying these laws and start living them through consistent daily practice. The beauty of this 7-day framework lies in its precision and simplicity, starting each morning with a command routine that sets your entire day's frequency. The moment you wake, before checking your phone or allowing the world's chaos to infiltrate your consciousness, you begin with the law of the word, declaring, "My voice is the voice of wealth. I speak money into motion." This isn't just reciting words. You're literally programming your subconscious mind and announcing to the universe your financial intentions for the day. Immediately following this declaration, you embody the law of assumption by consciously shifting into living as though your supply is already released. This means making your morning coffee as someone who is financially free, choosing your clothes as someone whose abundance is secured, and planning your day from the mindset of someone whose prosperity is already manifesting. The transformation happens in these seemingly small moments because you're training your nervous system to operate from abundance rather than anxiety. As your day unfolds, the midday alignment practice becomes your spiritual anchor point, especially when the world tries to pull you back into old patterns of thinking. This is where the law of substitution becomes your most powerful tool. The moment you catch yourself thinking thoughts of lack, doubt, fear, or delay, you immediately interrupt that pattern and replace it with, "I am divinely provided for. There is no loss." In spirit. Think about how radical this practice actually is. Most people allow hundreds of scarcity thoughts to pass through their minds unchallenged throughout the day, each one reinforcing their financial limitations. But when you become vigilant about thought substitution, you're essentially rewiring your mental patterns in real time, refusing to allow your mind to rehearse lack when you could be rehearsing abundance. The hidden truth behind why this midday practice is so effective is that your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between repetition that happens during formal meditation and repetition that happens during daily life. Every time you substitute a fear-based thought with an abundance-based declaration, you're making a deposit in your spiritual bank account that accumulates interest throughout the day. Behind the scenes of every financial breakthrough is someone who learned to guard their thoughts as carefully as they guard their physical possessions. Understanding that mental discipline creates material results. The impact of consistent thought substitution extends far beyond money because you begin experiencing how conscious mental direction affects every area of your life experience. The journey through this 7-day practice reveals layer after layer of unconscious programming that has been silently sabotaging your financial efforts, while simultaneously installing new patterns that naturally attract abundance. Write in the comments, "I guard my thoughts," if you're ready to practice vigilant thought substitution and refuse to allow scarcity thinking to sabotage your abundance efforts. As the day draws to a close, the evening seal ritual becomes the most powerful moment in your entire spiritual practice, because this is where you activate the law of circulation with absolute intention and divine declaration. Whether you're tithing to spiritual principle, giving to someone in need, or simply circulating money through normal transactions, you never release a single dollar without speaking over it. This seed is blessed, it returns to me multiplied, it opens doors no man can shut. This practice transforms ordinary money movement into extraordinary spiritual activation because you're programming every financial release with expectation of increase rather than fear of loss. Most people pay bills with resentment, give money with anxiety, or spend with worry about whether they'll have enough. But when you speak blessing over every dollar that leaves your hands, you're essentially commanding the universe to honor your circulation with abundant return. The transformation happens when you realize that this evening declaration isn't just hope or positive thinking, it's spiritual law in action. You're not asking the universe to maybe bless your giving. You're declaring that divine law must respond to your conscious circulation with multiplication. Behind the scenes of every financial miracle is someone who learned to speak over their money with this level of authority and expectation. Following your circulation declarations, you seal the entire day with expectation statements that anchor your faith in divine provision. This isn't passive hoping, but active commanding, declaring that your supply is already on its way, that opportunities are already arranging themselves, and that abundance is already flowing toward you through channels you haven't even imagined yet. But here's where this entire 7-day practice culminates in the most powerful spiritual statement you can make about your relationship with money. You seal all your practices with the ultimate declaration of authority. Because I obey divine law, money cannot ignore me. This becomes your spiritual sword, your rhythm, and your reprogramming tool that literally makes the external world bend to match your internal frequency. Think about the profound shift this represents in your relationship with abundance. You're no longer begging the universe for financial breakthrough or wondering if you deserve prosperity. You're declaring that your obedience to spiritual law creates an irresistible magnetic pull that money must respond to. The hidden truth behind this declaration is that it positions you as a spiritual authority rather than a financial victim. If you've stayed with me through this entire journey of the 7 divine laws, you're clearly someone who's ready for real transformation, not just surface-level motivation. The fact that you're still here tells me everything I need to know about your commitment to changing your financial reality through spiritual alignment rather than just hoping for lucky breaks. These laws we've explored together aren't going anywhere. They'll be working in your life whether you consciously apply them or not. But now you have the choice to work with them intentionally, to become someone who commands abundance rather than chases it. This is exactly the kind of deep, practical, spiritual content I share here because I believe you deserve to understand how the universe actually operates behind the scenes. If this resonates with you, if you can feel these principles stirring something inside that knows this is your path forward, I'd love for you to subscribe to the channel. There's so much more to explore about the intersection of spiritual law and practical abundance, and I want to continue this conversation with you. Let me know you made it all the way through by writing "I'm ready to command" in the comments below. When I see that phrase, I'll know you're serious about this transformation and not just looking for quick fixes or temporary inspiration. And if this content created that spark of recognition, that feeling of, this is what I've been looking for, go ahead and hit the like button. It helps me know these deeper teachings are reaching the right people, those who are ready to do the inner work that creates outer change. There's a video right here that complements this topic perfectly, diving even deeper into how your spiritual identity shapes your material reality. Click and continue with me over there, because this is just the beginning of what's possible when you align with divine law.
There is a divine intelligence in the universe that hears every word we speak and answers every vibration we send forth. Money, too, is part of that living current of intelligence. It is not cold metal or lifeless paper, but a responsive energy, sensitive to thought, tone, and intention. When we speak of money as though it were distant, scarce, or difficult to attain, it obeys our command and stays away. But when we call it lovingly, when we speak its name with assurance, as though summoning a trusted friend, it hears us and comes swiftly, joyfully, and in perfect order. Money has ears, not physical ears, but the subtle hearing of vibration. It listens to the frequency of our words, the rhythm of our emotions, and the melody of our beliefs. When we say, "I never have enough," money quietly bows and withdraws. When we say, "I am a magnet for abundance," money flows to me easily and constantly. The invisible substance of supply begins to stir and move toward us, finding channels, opportunities, and blessings to deliver what we have already claimed in spirit. Every word is a seed, and money, like fertile soil, receives our spoken word and brings it to life. The careless word of lack plants weeds. The deliberate word of prosperity plants flowers. The universe cannot differentiate between jest or seriousness. It only echoes what it hears. Thus, when we speak, we must speak with divine authority, knowing that money listens. Say its name with love, not fear. Call it forth with confidence, not desperation. Say, "Money, you are welcome in my life. You are a servant of good, and you come in increasing measure to bless and to expand every good thing I do." Money delights in order and purpose. It hastens toward those who use it wisely and speak of it honorably. The soul that sees money as a channel of divine circulation will never be without it, for what is honored multiplies. The individual who sees money as selfish gain or as a master rather than a servant chases it endlessly but never holds it. We must remember, money belongs to the realm of spirit, and spirit is never poor. When we align with this truth, when our words become the words of faith and gratitude, we tune our lives to the frequency where wealth abides. Let us then begin to speak to our money as we would to a faithful friend. Let us say, "Money, you are divine energy in form. You are the echo of my creative thought. You hear me when I call, and you respond to my faith." Speak this with calm assurance, for every syllable spoken in truth vibrates through the unseen, and the unseen rushes to fulfill the spoken word. Money has ears, and it listens for the voice that calls it by name with joy, confidence, and gratitude. Money is living energy that responds to thought and vibration. It is not an inanimate object, not a pile of metal or paper devoid of soul. Money is spirit in motion, clothed in form for human use. It flows, it circulates, it listens, it feels, it responds to the consciousness that calls it forth, and it always returns to the vibration from which it came. When we look at money as mere currency, we see only the surface. But beneath that surface lies a living pulse, a rhythm that matches the heartbeat of the universe itself. Everything that exists is energy, and money is no exception. It is energy given shape, a physical reflection of our mental and spiritual relationship with abundance. Every thought we think about money sends out a vibration. These vibrations create a magnetic field around us, drawing to us experiences that match the quality of our inner dialogue. When we think of money with gratitude, reverence, and confidence, we tune our vibration to the frequency of abundance, and money flows to us naturally. When we think of it with fear, resentment, or guilt, we block its path, and it withdraws. For it will not remain where it is not respected or welcomed. The laws that govern energy are the same laws that govern money. Energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. If we treat money as a living energy, we learn to transform our scarcity into sufficiency, our doubt into faith, our anxiety into calm assurance. The invisible world rules the visible one. Before money appears in the hand, it has already existed in the mind. Every fortune begins as an idea, every increase as a shift in consciousness. When a person aligns their thought with the idea that money is a friend, a willing servant of good, it begins to move in their direction through means both expected and unexpected. The universe rearranges itself to support the vibration that has been set in motion. Those who understand this truth never chase money, they attract it. They know that it is drawn by the magnet of belief, not by the struggle of effort. When you look at money and say, "You are divine energy in form," you awaken its responsiveness. You speak to the essence behind the symbol. You no longer see it as something separate from yourself, but as part of the same spiritual current that animates your life. In this recognition, fear dissolves, for how can one fear that which is part of their own divine flow? Money is not an enemy, nor a test, nor a temptation. It is energy seeking to express the divine law of circulation. It desires to move, to serve, to build, to bless. When it is held in fear, it stagnates. When it is used in love, it multiplies. Thought is creative substance. Every mental picture, every spoken word, every emotion charged with intention shapes the unseen energy around us. When we think, "Money is hard to get," we project resistance into the flow of supply. When we affirm, "Money flows to me easily and constantly," we open channels through which divine energy can reach us. The universe does not withhold, it only mirrors. Money, being energy, simply takes the shape of our dominant belief. It obeys the tone of our inner vibration. To master money is to master vibration. To master vibration is to master thought. Imagine two people standing side by side. One holds the belief that money is difficult, scarce, and must be chased. The other believes money is plentiful, cooperative, and joyfully responsive. Both live under the same economic conditions, the same world, the same opportunities. Yet their experiences will be vastly different, because one is in harmony with the energy of flow and the other is in discord. Money as energy gravitates toward harmony. It listens not to complaints or reasoning, but to vibration. It moves where it is invited, through love, gratitude, and purpose. Energy cannot lie. It vibrates at the frequency of truth. If you speak words of abundance but carry thoughts of doubt, the vibration of doubt will dominate, for the universe responds to feeling more than language. You cannot deceive money, for money is energy, and energy knows authenticity. It reads the unspoken tone of your heart. This is why it is vital to align emotion with affirmation, to feel wealthy, even when appearances suggest otherwise. Feelings are the language money understands best. Feel prosperity in the smallest blessings, and greater ones will find you. Money mirrors consciousness. It does not make a person generous or greedy, it magnifies the energy already within them. If a person is fearful, more money often amplifies that fear. If one is loving and purposeful, more money magnifies their ability to bless and uplift others. Because it is energy, money must be directed consciously. When you see it as divine substance, you handle it with care and joy. You become a faithful steward of energy, allowing it to circulate freely without clinging or hoarding. You bless it as it comes in, and you bless it as it goes out, knowing it will return multiplied. To understand money as energy is to enter into a new relationship with it. No longer do you chase or control it. You harmonize with it. You learn to listen to the subtle movements of intuition, the divine guidance that whispers the next inspired action. The person who listens inwardly and acts in alignment with intuition moves with the current of abundance. They do not struggle, they attract. They do not plead, they command gently through faith. Money, like all energy, loves direction. It loves clarity, purpose, and certainty. It resists confusion and chaos. When you are clear about your purpose, your use of money, and your gratitude for it, you become a strong magnet in the field of supply. Everything vibrates, and vibration responds to vibration. Thought is the tuning fork that sets the rhythm of our experience. The vibration of lack calls for lack. The vibration of plenty calls for plenty. This is not superstition, but divine law in action. Just as music responds to tone, so does money respond to consciousness. When the heart is tuned to gratitude, when the mind is fixed on faith, when the tongue speaks words of abundance, the entire being becomes a harmonious instrument in the symphony of supply. Money flows naturally toward such harmony because it seeks its own likeness. Abundance calls to abundance. The more we understand that money is alive, the more we treat it with respect and awareness. We cease to speak of it in terms of worry or resentment. We no longer say, "I can't afford this," but instead, "I choose to use my money wisely, and more flows to me as I need it." Such language carries a higher vibration. It speaks from mastery rather than limitation. Money, being energy, gravitates toward mastery, for mastery is order and order is harmony. The universe always rewards harmony. To think of money as energy is to free ourselves from the bondage of material illusion. It shifts our perception from matter to spirit. It teaches us that supply is never external. It is the outpicturing of our inner state. The river of wealth flows through consciousness first, then through circumstances. When we recognize this, we stop struggling and start aligning. We no longer force money to come, we allow it to come. Allowing is the art of faith, the quiet assurance that energy responds to vibration without fail. Money is living energy that longs to be expressed through us for good. It is the song of exchange, the rhythm of giving and receiving, the dance between spirit and form. When we honor it as such, it becomes our companion, our instrument of blessing, our faithful reflection of divine abundance made visible. Words of lack repel money, words of faith attract it. Every syllable we utter carries a vibration, and that vibration sets in motion unseen forces that either draw abundance toward us or push it away. Words are not mere sounds, they are living forms of energy that shape the invisible substance of life. When we speak, we are commanding the universe, directing the flow of divine substance that responds faithfully to the tone of our declaration. If our words are colored by doubt, fear, or resentment, that same vibration reflects in our experience. If our words are filled with faith, joy, and expectancy, the vibration becomes magnetic, and everything that corresponds to abundance begins to gather around us. The power of the spoken word is the power of creation itself in action, for speech is thought made audible, and thought is the blueprint of all manifestation. When we say, "I can't afford this," "money never stays with me," or "everything is too expensive," we unknowingly affirm separation from abundance. Such words form barriers, invisible walls that money cannot pass through, because the vibration of lack and the vibration of supply cannot occupy the same space. The universe hears our every declaration and treats it as an order. It is not concerned with whether we are joking, complaining, or simply repeating what we think is true. It only mirrors what we affirm. The individual who constantly speaks of scarcity lives within that vibration, and life, being a faithful mirror, reflects scarcity back to them. On the other hand, the individual who speaks with faith, who declares with quiet certainty, "Money flows to me easily, I always have more than enough," or "Everything I spend returns to me multiplied," sends out a vibration that aligns with abundance itself. These words are creative seeds planted in the fertile soil of universal substance, and they will, in due time, bear fruit according to their kind. Faith-charged words magnetize the energy of money, because money is intelligent energy that listens to the tone of belief more than the logic of circumstance. When we speak from faith, we are speaking the language that the universe understands best. The law of vibration governs everything in existence. Every thought, word, and emotion emits a frequency. Lack and faith are simply two different frequencies. The moment you speak words of lack, you tune yourself to a frequency where abundance cannot reach you. It is as though you turn the dial of your inner receiver to a static channel that blocks out the music of prosperity. But when you speak words of faith, gratitude, and certainty, you tune yourself to the wavelength of supply, and the song of abundance plays through your life with effortless harmony. Words are the tuning fork of reality, and the sound they produce determines what kind of experience echoes back to you. Words of lack do not only repel money, they weaken the spirit. They drain creative power by affirming defeat before the divine law has even had the chance to work. They make the invisible forces of good stand still because they are spoken from disbelief. The person who constantly says, "It's too hard, I never get a break," or "I'm always behind," binds themselves with cords of their own making. These cords are not visible, but they are strong, woven from repeated affirmations of limitation. Each repetition deepens the groove of scarcity in the mind until it becomes habitual. To reverse this pattern, one must consciously choose new words, even before feeling their truth. One must begin to speak faith until faith becomes natural. Say, "Everything I need comes to me in perfect time and order." Say, "Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways." Say, "Divine supply is unlimited and I am aligned with it." These are not idle phrases. They are spiritual commands that shift the vibration of your life. The moment you begin to speak them with sincerity and repetition, the energy around you begins to reorganize itself in accordance with your new vibration. Words of faith are words of power. They do not beg, plead, or hope, they declare. They speak from knowing rather than wanting. When we say, "I am prosperous," we are not pretending. We are aligning with the truth that prosperity already exists in the realm of spirit, waiting to manifest. Faith does not concern itself with how or when, it only affirms what is true. Words spoken with faith carry authority because they are in harmony with divine law. They do not strain, they resonate. Money, being energy, feels the difference between the vibration of need and the vibration of faith. Need says, "I do not have," and thus declares separation. Faith says, "It is already mine," and thus creates unity. The law of attraction, or more accurately, the law of vibration, brings to us not what we want, but what we believe and speak into being. This is why it is essential to guard our words as sacred instruments of creation. Every careless word of complaint, every casual statement of lack, sends a ripple through the substance of life that eventually returns as experience. To speak faith in the midst of apparent lack is the highest form of spiritual mastery. It is to acknowledge that spirit, not matter, is the true source of supply. The one who can say, "I am provided for," even when the purse seems empty, has already turned the key in the lock of abundance. For faith is the invisible currency that precedes the visible one. The universe cannot deny a vibration of unwavering faith. Words charged with such certainty open channels where there were none, awaken dormant opportunities, and summon the cooperation of unseen forces. Every word is a decree. When you say, "I am broke," the creative energy of the universe obeys. When you say, "I am prosperous," it obeys just as faithfully. There is no partiality in divine law. It only mirrors. If we desire abundance, we must speak abundance. If we wish for flow, we must speak flow. Words must become tools of conscious creation rather than weapons of self-sabotage. The tongue can bless or bind, attract or repel, uplift or diminish. Each sentence we utter either builds a bridge to wealth or erects a wall against it. Faithful words create movement. They stir the stagnant energy of fear and set it into circulation. When you speak words like, "Money flows to me now," "I am open to divine increase," or "I am worthy of all good," you are not merely talking, you are commanding energy to align. And energy always obeys its commander when the command is clear, confident, and charged with emotion. Feeling is the fuel of creation. Without emotion, words are empty shells. With emotion, they are living decrees. To speak with faith is to feel the truth of your words vibrating in your heart before they are seen by the eyes. Words of lack are rooted in fear, and fear is the great separator. It tells us that supply is limited, that life is uncertain, that we must grasp, hoard, or chase what little we can. But faith knows that the universe is abundant beyond measure, that supply is infinite and ever-flowing, that money is only one form of the divine circulation of good. When we speak from fear, we close the door to that circulation. When we speak from faith, we open it wide. Every word becomes a key, and every key either locks or unlocks the treasury of the universe. It is not enough to think abundance, one must speak it. Thought sets the pattern, but speech gives it form. The spoken word carries vibration through the air, setting off waves that move through the field of energy around us. These waves attract matching frequencies, drawing to us people, opportunities, and experiences that resonate with the tone we have sent out. The person who continually says, "I always receive what I need," will, over time, live in the rhythm of that truth. The person who says, "Nothing ever works out for me," will find their words faithfully echoed in their affairs. Therefore, the wise one speaks carefully, knowing that each word carries weight and power. They refuse to speak lack, even in jest, for they understand that the law of vibration does not recognize humor, it only recognizes frequency. They train their speech to align with abundance until it becomes second nature. Eventually, their words and their reality move in perfect harmony, for what is spoken in faith must manifest, and what is spoken in lack must fade away. Speak to money with love, confidence, and gratitude, for money, like all divine energy, responds to the tone of the heart, more than the sound of the lips. When you speak to it with love, it feels welcomed. When you speak to it with fear or resentment, it withdraws. Love is the highest vibration in the universe, and whatever is spoken in love carries creative power. When you say to your money, "You are my faithful servant," and mean it, you align yourself with the current of abundance. You remove the tension of struggle and open the channel through which supply flows freely. Money desires to be treated as a friend, not as an enemy or a stranger. It longs to be acknowledged, appreciated, and given purpose. Love gives life to every energy, and money, being energy, comes alive under the warmth of love's vibration. Confidence is faith expressed through tone and thought. When you speak to money with confidence, you declare your dominion as a co-creator with divine intelligence. You do not plead or beg for it to come. You summon it with calm assurance, knowing it hears your voice. The one who speaks to money with doubt and apology sends mixed signals to the universe. Money feels the vibration of hesitation and stays away, for it cannot dwell in confusion. But when you speak with confidence, your vibration is steady, clear, and magnetic. You say, "Money, you know me. You recognize my vibration. You flow to me from all directions, easily and harmoniously." Such words carry authority because they are backed by the knowing that divine substance is unlimited and obedient to faith. Gratitude completes the trinity of vibration that draws supply. When you are grateful for what you already have, you create a magnetic field of increase. Gratitude is acknowledgement of divine order, a signal to the universe that you recognize abundance as already present. Money responds to gratitude the way a flower responds to sunlight. It unfolds, multiplies, and continues to grow. When you bless every dollar that comes into your hand, you are saying to the universe, "I am ready for more." When you bless every bill you pay, you say, "I am grateful that I can give." Gratitude transforms every transaction into a spiritual exchange. It changes money from a symbol of worry into a channel of joy. When you speak to money with love, confidence, and gratitude, you create harmony between yourself and the flow of supply. Money becomes your ally, not your master. It becomes a tool through which divine abundance expresses itself. The person who loves money, rightly, not for greed but for its power to serve good, never lacks. Love recognizes the sacredness of all creation, including the energy we call money. To speak lovingly to it is to honor the divine intelligence that formed it. When you say, "Money, you are divine substance in motion, and I welcome you joyfully," you call it forth from the unseen with dignity. The words you speak form a bridge between the invisible and the visible, allowing supply to cross effortlessly into your experience. Love dissolves resistance. Many people repel money without realizing it because they associate it with guilt, shame, or corruption. They have been taught to believe that wealth and spirituality cannot coexist, that money is worldly and dangerous. These thoughts create an inner conflict that keeps abundance at bay. But love heals this conflict. When you speak to money with love, you purify its vibration within your consciousness. You begin to see it not as evil or selfish, but as energy that can bless, uplift, and create beauty. Love sanctifies money, transforming it from a symbol of materialism into an instrument of divine service. Confidence is born from the awareness that you and the universe are one. You cannot truly be confident if you believe in separation, for separation breeds fear. When you realize that money is part of the same divine energy that breathes through you, confidence becomes natural. You know that the flow of supply cannot be interrupted except by your own disbelief. Speaking to money with confidence is not arrogance. It is recognition of spiritual law. You are not commanding money as an inferior. You are directing energy as a co-creator. The tone of your voice, the certainty in your heart, and the conviction in your thought tell money where to go and how to serve. Gratitude amplifies confidence. When you give thanks for every form of supply, visible and invisible, you affirm your faith in the continuity of abundance. Gratitude removes the vibration of need because it declares that the good you desire is already yours. The grateful person never waits to see results before giving thanks. They give thanks first, and results follow. When you bless your money with gratitude, you infuse it with the energy of joy, and that joy multiplies as it circulates. Money that is blessed carries your vibration wherever it goes, attracting more of its kind back to you. Gratitude turns every exchange into a cycle of increase. To speak to money with love is to soften the energy around it. To speak with confidence is to command it. To speak with gratitude is to multiply it. Together, these vibrations create a sacred partnership between you and the divine flow of wealth. You are no longer chasing money, you are dancing with it. You are no longer anxious about where it comes from, you are certain that it comes from the inexhaustible source of good that sustains all life. Love keeps the channel open. Confidence directs the flow. Gratitude accelerates its return. Money listens to the tone of your vibration, not merely the words you say. You could repeat affirmations for hours, but if your heart is heavy with fear, your words will fall flat. But if you speak only a few sentences filled with love, assurance, and appreciation, those words will carry power. They will ripple through the unseen substance of supply and return as visible prosperity. Love charges words with life. Confidence anchors them in authority. Gratitude sends them forth like arrows of light, sure and swift in their aim. When you look at money, whether it is a coin, a note, or a balance on a screen, speak to it as you would to a trusted companion. Say, "I am grateful for your presence. I know you serve good and circulate freely. You flow to me easily and return multiplied as I give." These words create a vibration of mutual respect between you and money. They lift you out of the consciousness of lack and place you in the rhythm of divine exchange. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes, until your entire being resonates with abundance. Love removes fear of loss. Confidence removes doubt of ability. Gratitude removes blindness to blessings. When these three qualities are combined in speech, the energy of money becomes harmonious and responsive. It will not resist you, for resistance cannot exist in the presence of love. It will not delay, for confidence removes uncertainty. It will not diminish, for gratitude keeps it multiplying. The laws of spirit are exact. They respond to vibration, not appearance. Speak with love, and the vibration of harmony is set. Speak with confidence, and the vibration of faith is established. Speak with gratitude, and the vibration of increase is activated. Each time you handle money, whether giving or receiving, bless it silently. Speak words of kindness to it. Thank it for the comfort it brings, the opportunities it opens, the good it allows you to create. The energy you send to it will return. The more lovingly you speak to it, the more lovingly it will respond. Love magnetizes. Confidence stabilizes. Gratitude multiplies. Through this trinity, the flow of abundance becomes effortless, natural, and continuous. Because divine energy always responds to those who recognize its sacred nature and speak to it as a friend. Money serves divine purpose when used with wisdom. It is a living stream of energy that flows through human hands, carrying the imprint of intention wherever it goes. When handled with wisdom, it becomes a servant of light, creating harmony, beauty, and progress. When handled without understanding, it becomes tangled in fear, waste, and misuse. The essence of wisdom is alignment with divine order. The recognition that money is not to be hoarded, feared, or idolized, but to be directed, with clarity and love, toward purposeful expression. Money itself has no morality. It takes on the vibration of the one who wields it. In the hands of the wise, it builds. In the hands of the unwise, it stagnates or destroys. Thus, to understand money's divine purpose is to understand our own purpose as co-creators in the divine plan. Money was never meant to enslave humanity. It was meant to serve as a channel of exchange, a symbol of faith and cooperation between souls. Its true function is circulation. Just as blood nourishes the body through its constant movement, so money nourishes the world through its continuous flow. When it is blocked by fear, greed, or misuse, spiritual stagnation follows. When it is guided by wisdom, it fulfills its divine assignment, uplifting, expanding, and creating. Wisdom sees money not as an end, but as a means, a bridge between the invisible idea and its visible manifestation. Through wise use of money, we give substance to inspiration. The artist, the teacher, the builder, the healer. Each uses money as an instrument through which the divine expresses form. Wisdom begins with understanding the law of balance. To give and receive are two sides of the same rhythm. The wise person knows that money must be circulated with joy and purpose, not with fear of loss. Every act of giving sends out a vibration that must return. When we give wisely, in ways that uplift, expand, and bless, we enter into harmony with divine circulation. When we spend with resentment or give with obligation, we interrupt the rhythm of flow. Money responds not to the outer act, but to the inner vibration behind it. The person who gives in love always multiplies. The one who gives in fear always diminishes. Wisdom teaches that money is never truly lost or gained. It only changes form in the divine economy of energy. To use money wisely is to let it reflect divine intention. Wisdom asks before every exchange, does this serve truth? Does it uplift life? Does it expand beauty, peace, or joy? When the answer is yes, the vibration of that act harmonizes with abundance. The money spent or given in such alignment carries a blessing that returns multiplied. But when money is used without consciousness, to satisfy ego, to dominate, to escape, it loses its sacred frequency and becomes entangled in the lower vibrations of fear. Wisdom purifies intention, ensuring that every financial act becomes a spiritual one. Money is divine energy clothed in form, and wisdom recognizes its sacredness. Just as one would not misuse fire but instead harness it for warmth and creation, so must money be respected as a powerful force requiring discernment. When guided by wisdom, money becomes a builder of dreams, a healer of wounds, a messenger of good. It creates opportunities, sustains visions, and spreads comfort. But when ruled by ignorance or selfish desire, it burns away harmony and leaves emptiness in its wake. Thus, wisdom directs while folly reacts. Wisdom channels while fear hoards. The one who uses money wisely walks in peace, for they know that true security lies not in accumulation, but in alignment. The wise understand that money magnifies what already exists within consciousness. It does not change character, it reveals it. If love, generosity, and purpose dwell within, money will amplify them. If greed, fear, or insecurity dominate, money will amplify that as well. This is why wisdom is essential before increase. Without wisdom, abundance becomes a burden. With wisdom, abundance becomes a blessing. To prepare for divine prosperity, one must cultivate inner order. The mind must be trained to think clearly, the emotions to remain steady, and the intentions to be pure. When this inner alignment is achieved, the flow of money becomes natural, effortless, and beneficial to all it touches. Money used with wisdom always serves others while serving oneself. It is not selfish to prosper, for prosperity in the hands of the wise uplifts all. The wise person understands that to hoard wealth is to dam the river of life. Money must circulate, it must move and serve. The more wisely it is directed, the more abundantly it flows. Wisdom therefore teaches generosity, but not waste. Planning, but not fear. Stewardship, but not bondage. Every dollar becomes a seed. The wise plant it where it will grow and multiply good, in education, in creation, in compassion, in vision. The divine purpose of money is expansion, of joy, beauty, knowledge, and service. When you use money to create harmony, you align with universal law. When you use it to separate, dominate, or exploit, you move out of rhythm with that law. Wisdom is the inner compass that keeps you aligned. It whispers, spend here, give here, save here, refrain here, not from fear, but from insight. It sees beyond impulse and listens to divine intuition. Those who are guided by such wisdom find that money always arrives in right measure and at the right time. They live in peace, for their wealth is not their master, but their instrument. To use money wisely is also to honor its presence. Keep it in order, treat it respectfully, and manage it with clarity. Disorder in the physical handling of money reflects disorder in consciousness. The wise maintain harmony in their finances as a reflection of their inner alignment. They give thanks for every form of supply, no matter how small, and handle it with the same care they would give to something sacred. For money, when blessed and respected, responds with loyalty. It stays where it is appreciated and departs where it is mistreated. Wisdom also knows that money's purpose is not only to fulfill personal comfort, but to expand collective good. The truly wise understand that they are stewards of divine energy, not owners of it. To hoard for the sake of fear is to deny the law of circulation. To give without discernment is to waste. But to invest, to build, to support, to uplift. These are acts of wisdom that multiply good for all. When money moves under such guidance, it creates ripples of prosperity that touch many lives. It becomes part of a larger rhythm, one that reflects the divine order of the universe. There is no virtue in poverty and no sin in wealth. Both are conditions created by consciousness. The wise understand that abundance is natural, for the universe itself is abundant. They also understand that money, like breath, must flow. To inhale and never exhale would suffocate. To exhale without inhaling would exhaust. Wisdom keeps the rhythm balanced, giving and receiving in equal measure, circulating freely without fear of lack. This rhythm sustains prosperity and peace. Wisdom also protects against misuse. It reminds us that money must never control the spirit or become the measure of worth. When it is used as a tool rather than a master, it remains in harmony with divine law. The wise are detached yet responsible. They enjoy money without dependence, give it without regret, and use it without fear. Their relationship with money is governed by calm awareness rather than emotional impulse. Through this balance, they remain open channels for divine abundance, allowing money to fulfill its true purpose as a servant of good. Money serves divine purpose when used with wisdom, for wisdom keeps it aligned with love, guided by order, and filled with meaning. When we become conscious stewards of this energy, we transform every exchange into an act of creation. We bless as we receive, we uplift as we spend, and we multiply as we give. In this way, money fulfills its sacred role as the current of divine substance flowing through human life, forever responding to the mind and heart that guide it with wisdom and faith. What we honor and bless multiplies. The law of life is increase, and the key that unlocks that increase is honor. Whatever we appreciate expands, whatever we take for granted diminishes. To honor something is to recognize its divine essence, to see it not as ordinary or mundane but as sacred energy expressing through form. Money, relationships, opportunities, health, or talents all respond to the vibration of honor. When we bless them with gratitude and speak to them with appreciation, they flourish. When we ignore, complain about, or condemn them, they retreat from our experience. Honor is the vibration of respect, and respect opens the channels of abundance. Blessing is the language of gratitude, and gratitude magnetizes increase. Together, they form the spiritual formula for multiplication. When you bless your money, you multiply its energy. When you bless your work expands in value and success. When you bless your home, it becomes a sanctuary of peace. The act of blessing lifts the vibration of any situation or object to its divine potential. It is a silent prayer that says, "I see the good in you. I acknowledge the presence of divine substance here." The universe always responds to recognition. To bless is to call forth the hidden good. Even when appearances suggest lack, struggle, or limitation, blessing transforms the unseen substance behind them. What you bless, you empower. What you curse, you weaken. Words of blessing release creative energy. Words of complaint release resistance. Honor is not mere politeness. It is spiritual understanding in action. It means seeing through the outer shell to the inner reality. To honor money is not to worship it, but to treat it as divine energy clothed in form. To honor your body is not vanity, but gratitude to the divine life that animates it. To honor your work is not pride, but recognition of your role as a co-creator with spirit. Honor sanctifies everything it touches because it lifts perception from the level of ego to the level of truth. When we honor something, we give it permission to express more of its divine nature. The vibration of honor says to the universe, "I am aware of your perfection here," and the universe answers by unfolding more perfection. Many people repel abundance because they do not honor what they already have. They complain about their income, criticize their possessions, or resent their circumstances. In doing so, they unknowingly affirm lack. The law of multiplication cannot operate in an atmosphere of criticism. Blessing and complaint cannot coexist, for they are opposite vibrations. The one who constantly blesses increases. The one who constantly complains decreases. If you bless the money in your wallet, no matter how small, it feels your appreciation and calls its companions to join it. If you bless the food on your table, it seems to stretch further and nourish more deeply. The act of blessing transforms perception, and perception shapes experience. To bless something is to align yourself with divine order. It is to declare that good is present even when it is not yet visible. Every blessing is an act of faith. It says, "I know that the substance of good is here, waiting to unfold." This recognition opens the spiritual gate through which increase flows. Blessing is not an empty ritual. It is a powerful vibration that rearranges the invisible pattern of energy around you. When you bless money, work, people, or situations, you pour divine light upon them, and that light magnetizes new forms of prosperity and peace. Honor begins in the heart. It is a feeling of reverence for the divine presence in all things. The one who lives in honor walks in harmony with life. They see no division between the spiritual and the material, for they know that spirit expresses through all. To honor is to treat everything with respect: time, words, people, possessions. When we handle things carelessly, we send a vibration of disregard into the universe, and the universe mirrors it. When we treat even the smallest coin with mindfulness, we affirm order, and order attracts increase. Honor is also a recognition of relationship. Nothing exists in isolation. Every blessing we receive is part of a greater circulation of good. When we honor this circulation, we stay within the rhythm of abundance. When we dishonor it, by greed, neglect, or misuse, we fall out of rhythm and flow is interrupted. To honor money, we must allow it to move freely. To honor others, we must recognize their divine worth. To honor ourselves, we must remember that we are expressions of the same infinite source. The vibration of honor harmonizes all relationships, for it restores the awareness of unity. Blessing is the active form of honor. When we bless something, we consciously release the energy of love and gratitude toward it. Blessing does not wait for perfection, it calls perfection forth. To bless an empty wallet is to affirm the presence of invisible supply. To bless a difficult situation is to summon divine resolution. To bless someone who has wronged you is to free yourself from the vibration of resentment. Blessing heals by transforming energy. It is the language of the soul that speaks directly to spirit, bypassing limitation and calling forth increase. When you honor and bless consistently, you begin to see multiplication in every area of life. Money seems to flow more freely, opportunities appear effortlessly, relationships become harmonious. This is not coincidence but law. The universe always multiplies the vibration you send out. Blessing money makes it circulate and return. Blessing time expands it. Blessing relationships deepens them. Whatever you bless takes on new vitality. The vibration of blessing carries the frequency of divine love, and love is the greatest multiplier of all. To live in a state of blessing is to live in continuous prayer. Every act becomes sacred when performed with gratitude and awareness. When you clean your home, bless it. When you work, bless your labor and those it serves. When you rest, bless your body for its strength. When you receive money, bless it for its usefulness. When you spend, bless the exchange for enriching both giver and receiver. Each blessing is a seed, and seeds planted in love must yield increase. The law of life cannot be broken. What we honor and bless multiplies. Those who understand this law never fear loss. They know that no good can leave them, for blessing ensures return. When you bless something before releasing it, you set its energy into motion with love, and love must come back multiplied. To release with blessing is to trust divine circulation. You may bless a debt as you pay it, saying, I bless this payment and release it into divine order, knowing it returns multiplied as supply. You may bless those who prosper, knowing that their increase signals the same law at work for you. Every blessing, spoken in sincerity, raises your vibration and expands your field of abundance. Honor and blessing together form the magnetic field of prosperity. They dissolve envy, fear, and resentment, the great blockers of flow. They replace comparison with appreciation and competition with cooperation. The heart that blesses sees beauty everywhere, and beauty responds by revealing more of itself. The mind that honors the divine in all things lives in peace, and peace draws prosperity as its reflection. Blessing creates movement. Honor sustains it. The principle is simple, but its application requires mindfulness. We must train ourselves to bless rather than complain, to appreciate rather than criticize, to recognize good rather than search for fault. This is the work of conscious creation. It is not about denying challenges, but about choosing to see divine potential in all things. The moment we bless, we shift our vibration from resistance to allowance. The moment we honor, we move from separation to unity. In that vibration, multiplication becomes natural. Every blessing is a statement of power. It says, I am aware that divine substance surrounds me and I call it forth now. Every act of honor affirms alignment with divine law. The universe, in its perfect justice, reflects that vibration without fail. To honor and bless is to live in continual harmony with the current of life. What we honor grows in strength. What we bless returns in greater measure. What we appreciate becomes radiant. The world itself responds to honor and blessing, for these are the language of spirit speaking through the heart of creation. Prayer is one of the greatest privileges you have as a child of God. But what if I told you that prayer alone is not enough? What if I told you that while you are praying for blessings, your own words may be canceling the very answer you seek? This truth shocks many people, but Scripture makes it clear death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 20, one does not say that death and life are in prayer alone. It says they are in the power of the tongue. Your words, your declarations, your speech. So many people cry out to God, begging Him for change, pleading for healing, provision, or breakthrough. But the moment they rise from prayer, they speak words of fear, defeat, and limitation. They pray, Lord, please provide for me, and then say, I am always broke. They pray, God, please heal me, and then confess to everyone they meet, I am always sick. They pray for a new job but declare, there is nothing out there for me. They do not realize that while their lips are praying one thing, their tongue is decreeing another. Prayer is your request, but your words are your command. Your words are like spiritual contracts, and heaven must honor them. This is why so many prayers seem unanswered. They are being overwritten by careless speech. You cannot pray for a miracle and then speak curses over your life. You cannot ask for peace and then rehearse fear all day long. Your words are far more powerful than most realize. The Bible gives us this truth over and over again. In Mark chapter 11, verse 23, Jesus says, Whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Notice the word saith. He did not say, You will have whatever you pray. He said, You will have what you say. This is because your words are spiritual forces. They are not empty sounds. They are living decrees that shape reality. I have counseled so many people who prayed faithfully, but remained stuck because their speech betrayed them. They would pray for prosperity, yet all day long they would speak of lack. Money is scarce. I will never get ahead. Everything is going wrong. They were canceling their prayers with every sentence. You cannot plant seeds of weeds and expect roses. Likewise, you cannot plant words of fear and expect a harvest of faith. Your words are the key that opens or closes the doors to your blessings. Think of it this way. Prayer is like placing an order in heaven, but your words are the address where that order is delivered. If you are speaking fear, complaining, and agreeing with lack, you are constantly changing the address of your blessings. Heaven is trying to deliver what you have prayed for, but your words are saying, "No, send it somewhere else." The spiritual law is exact. Your words carry creative power, and they are stronger than any prayer spoken without faith. Jesus himself demonstrated this. He did not merely pray for storms to stop. He spoke to the wind and waves and said, "Peace, be still." He did not only pray over Lazarus, he stood at the tomb and said, "Lazarus, come forth." He did not only pray for healing, he spoke healing into existence, saying, "Be made whole." Jesus showed us that words are not simply expressions of emotion, they are spiritual commands. When I say that your words are more powerful than prayer alone, I do not mean to diminish prayer. Prayer is sacred. It is your connection with God, but prayer is not effective if your words contradict it. When you pray for a blessing but speak lack, you are double-minded. James chapter 1, verse 8 says, "A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways." This instability creates confusion in the spiritual realm. Prayer is your request. Words are your enforcement of that request. There are people listening right now who have prayed for years without seeing change. It is not because God has ignored you. It is because your own tongue has been working against you. Spiritual law is not moved by begging, it is moved by faith. Faith is not silent, faith speaks. It declares what God has promised even before it appears. So let me ask you, what are you saying over your life? What are you declaring over your finances, your health, your family, your future? Are your words matching your prayers, or are they canceling them? If your life feels stuck, do not just pray harder, speak differently. Begin to speak blessings boldly, even when your reality has not yet changed. Speak healing over your body. Speak prosperity over your finances. Speak peace over your mind. Speak doors open, opportunities flowing, and abundance manifesting. This is not wishful thinking. This is spiritual law. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 11 says, "So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please." When you speak God's word in faith, it is impossible for it to return empty. But when you speak fear, that fear also returns with a harvest. Your life is always echoing your words. So as we begin this teaching, I want you to settle this truth deep in your spirit. Your prayers set your intentions, but your words create your reality. You can pray for abundance every morning, but if you complain of lack all day, you will live in lack. You can pray for healing, but if you keep saying, "I am always sick," your body will respond to your words. Prayer without faith-filled speech is like planting a seed and digging it up every night to see if it is growing. Your words either water that seed or destroy it. Today we are going to break that cycle. Today, I will show you why your words carry creative power and how to align your speech with your prayers so that nothing can stop your blessings from manifesting. Once you understand this, your entire life will shift. Your prayers will no longer feel empty because your words will become a powerful force that backs them up. And soon, you will see with your own eyes that what you declare with faith will appear in form. Let us go deeper into this truth. Your words are not mere sounds. They are spiritual forces that create your reality. From the very first chapter of Genesis, the Bible reveals this law. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God did not mold the sun and stars with his hands. He spoke them into existence. This was no poetic flourish. This was a demonstration of spiritual law. God spoke, and creation responded. And because you were made in his image and likeness, your words carry that same creative power. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." This is not symbolic. This is literal. Your tongue is the instrument through which you write the script of your life. Every word you speak is a seed planted in the garden of your subconscious mind. And that garden will always produce fruit according to the seed you plant. If you continually speak fear, lack, and sickness, you are watering those realities. But if you speak faith, abundance, and healing, you are watering blessings. I have often told my students, your word is your wand. This is not a mystical phrase, it is spiritual truth. The words you declare are like royal decrees. When a king speaks, his words carry authority, and no one questions them. In the same way, when you speak in faith, heaven and earth align to fulfill your decree. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 11 confirms this. So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereunto I sent it. That means your words are alive. They are not empty. They are not meaningless. Every word you speak has an assignment, and it will return to you with results. Some people do not like what they are experiencing in life, but they fail to realize they are living in the harvest of their own words. The Bible says in Matthew chapter 12, verse 37, By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Your words either release blessing or bind you in limitation. Consider the words of Jesus himself. When he was faced with a storm, he did not kneel and plead for it to pass. He stood up and spoke to it, Peace, be still, and the wind and waves obeyed his command. When Lazarus lay dead in the tomb, Jesus did not say, Father, if it be thy will, please raise him. He said, Lazarus, come forth. His words carried life. They carried authority, they carried creative power, and those words brought a dead man back to life. If Jesus, who is our example, demonstrated the power of the spoken word, why do so many believers ignore this truth? Why do they pray with their lips and curse themselves with their own tongues? Because they have never been taught that speaking is not casual. Words are spiritual instruments. They are energy, they are containers of faith or fear. And the spiritual law is impartial, it will give you exactly what you decree, whether for good or for harm. I once counseled a woman who could not break free from constant struggle. She prayed for prosperity daily, but she often said things like, money is hard to come by, or I never have enough. These words, though spoken casually, were orders she was placing in the spiritual realm. She was watering lack with every sentence. When I taught her to replace those declarations with scripture, her life began to shift. She started saying, The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, I am supplied abundantly. The blessing of the Lord makes me rich. Within weeks, unexpected financial opportunities began to appear, and her entire energy changed. This is why I insist, watch your words. They are not decorations, they are directions. They are either opening doors or closing them. They are either building your future or tearing it down. And the law does not fail. Every word you speak is a seed that will return in harvest. This is why your words are more powerful than prayer alone. You may pray in faith for 5 minutes, but if you speak fear for the next 20, 3 hours and 55 minutes, your fear will outweigh your faith. Prayer is the seed you plant, but your words are the water that either nurtures it or kills it. You cannot speak against your own prayers and expect results. You must bring your speech into alignment with your faith. The enemy knows this law well. That is why he tempts you to speak doubt, to rehearse your problems, to confess defeat. He does not need to steal your blessings if he can convince you to speak against them. But you are not ignorant of his devices anymore. You now understand the law of the spoken word. You now know that every declaration is shaping your reality. From this day forward, I want you to treat your mouth as a holy instrument. Speak only what you want to see. If you want abundance, declare it. If you want peace, speak it. If you want healing, call it forth. Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 23, You shall have whatsoever you say. He did not say you would have what you merely wish for. He said you would have what you say. Your life today is a reflection of the words you spoke yesterday, and your future will be built with the words you speak today. This is why the Bible says in Joel chapter 3, verse 10, Let the weak say, I am strong. It does not say, let the weak describe their weakness. It says, let them declare their strength, because when you speak it, you create it. This is the law of the spoken word. It does not fail. It does not bend. It simply fulfills the orders it is given. And once you understand this, you will never again speak carelessly. You will begin to create deliberately, and soon, You will see with your own eyes that your words are not powerless. They are the most powerful tool God has given you to shape your destiny. Many believers pray with great sincerity, yet never see the results they long for, not because God is ignoring them, but because their own words are canceling their prayers. Prayer is a sacred conversation with God, a declaration of faith, but it must be supported by the words you speak every day. Too many people kneel in prayer, asking for miracles, and then rise from their knees and speak defeat. They say, "Lord, bless me," and then tell a friend, "Nothing ever works out for me." They pray for healing, then complain, "I always get sick." They ask for financial breakthrough but declare, "Money is so hard to come by." Without realizing it, their speech is undoing their prayers. James chapter 1, verse 6 says, "But let him ask in faith, nothing wavering. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed." A wavering prayer is one that asks with hope, but speaks with doubt. It is a prayer that trusts God for a moment, but then rehearses fear all day long. This creates instability in the spiritual realm. Your words and your prayers must be in agreement. Because the law of the spoken word is exact, it will deliver whatever you continually declare. Imagine planting a seed in your garden. You water it carefully in the morning, but later in the day, you dig it up to check if it is growing. The next day, you water it again, but again you dig it up out of doubt. That seed will never flourish. This is what happens when you pray, but then contradict your prayers with fearful or negative words. Your words are digging up the seed of faith you planted in prayer. Jesus warned us of this when he said in Matthew chapter 12, verse 37, "By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned." Notice he did not say by thy prayers. Prayer is powerful, but your words determine whether your prayers are established or undone. Prayer is like the blueprint of your future, but your words are the builders. If the builders refuse to follow the blueprint, the structure will not stand. I once counseled a man who had been praying for months for a new job. He told me, Florence, I pray every morning and every night for God to open a door for me, but nothing happens." As we talked, I realized he was constantly saying things like, "No one is hiring. I am not qualified enough. There are no opportunities for me." He was praying for a job but speaking against himself all day long. I told him, "You will never see your prayer answered until your words match your faith." I gave him affirmations rooted in Scripture, and within weeks, a job opportunity came to him unexpectedly. What changed? He stopped digging up his seed of prayer with words of defeat and began watering it with declarations of faith. Many people misunderstand prayer. They think prayer is simply begging God to do something for them. But Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 24, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Notice he said, "Believe that ye receive." Faith does not wait to see. Faith believes it is done now, and if you truly believe, your words will reflect that belief. You will no longer say, "I am waiting for God to bless me." You will say, "I am blessed now." You will not say, "Someday I will be healed." You will say, "I am healed now." Your words are the evidence of your faith. Think of a courtroom. Your prayer is your request, but your words are your testimony. If you ask God for provision, but testify with your speech, "I will never get out of debt," your testimony is against your own case. The Bible says in Revelation chapter 12, verse 11 that believers overcame by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. Your testimony is not just what you say in church, it is what you say every day about your life. This is why prayers fail, not because God is unwilling, but because your words are working against His promises. Spiritual law is not moved by emotion or desperation. It is moved by faith, and faith is revealed in your speech. That is why Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 23, "You will have whatsoever you say." When your words and prayers are aligned, miracles flow naturally. When they are not, you feel stuck, frustrated, and unheard. But God always hears you. He has not abandoned you. He is waiting for your words to match your prayers, so that the blessing He has prepared can flow freely into your life. Let me make this plain. You cannot pray for abundance and then speak lack. You cannot pray for healing and then claim sickness. You cannot pray for peace and then speak fear. Prayer is not meant to be a moment of faith. It is meant to set the tone for your entire day. Your words must carry that same faith everywhere you go. So, I ask you today, are you undoing your own prayers? Are you declaring defeat while asking for victory? Are you speaking lack while praying for abundance? This is the shift I want you to make from begging to believing, from hoping to declaring, from wavering speech to words of faith. When you understand that prayer and speech must work together, you will begin to see answered prayers like never before. Your life will no longer feel like a cycle of unanswered requests. You will pray with confidence, and you will speak with authority. And when your prayers and your words come into alignment, heaven itself will move on your behalf. Once you understand that your words are not casual expressions, but spiritual instruments, you will stop speaking carelessly and begin to speak deliberately. Words are not just sound, they are commands. They are decrees. The Bible says in Job chapter 22, verse 28, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways." A decree is not a wish. A decree is not a plea. A decree is a statement of authority that causes the spiritual realm to respond. When a king makes a decree, he does not beg for his order to be carried out. He speaks it once with confidence, and it is done. There is no arguing, no doubting, no begging. His words carry power because of his position. You, as a child of God, carry that same authority. You were made in his image and likeness, and your words carry his creative force. This is why Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 23, "You shall have whatsoever you say." He did not say you will have what you only hope for or wish for. He said you will have what you say. Decrees are powerful because they align your mouth with God's truth. When you declare, "I am blessed and highly favored," you are not making up a fantasy. You are agreeing with what God already said about you. When you say, "My needs are met in full," you are aligning with Philippians chapter 4, verse 19, which says, "But my God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus." When you say, "I am healed," you are agreeing with Isaiah chapter 53, verse 5, which says, "By his stripes we are healed." A decree is not trying to convince God, it is agreeing with him. Many people pray as if God is reluctant, as if they must persuade him to bless them. But God is not withholding blessings. The Bible says in Ephesians chapter 1, verse 3, "Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who hath blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ." That word hath is past tense. You are already blessed. The decree activates that blessing in your life by speaking it into the natural realm. Let me give you an example. Imagine a wealthy man writes a check in your name. The money is already yours, but until you cash that check, you cannot access the funds. A decree is like cashing that spiritual check. It is claiming what already belongs to you by faith. Prayer is asking God according to his will, but decreeing is enforcing that will with your words. This is why I tell my students, never speak what you do not want to see. Your words are seeds, and every decree you make will return to you. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 11 says, "So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth, it shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please." Words never return empty. They either bring back blessings or they bring back struggle, depending on what you decree. I remember counseling a woman who constantly said, "I am always tired. I never have enough. Nothing works out for me." These were her decrees, and her life reflected them. I challenged her to change her language. I gave her affirmations rooted in scripture and told her to declare them daily. She began to say, "I am strong and full of life. Everything I touch prospers. Divine opportunities are chasing me down." At first, she felt like she was lying. But as she spoke these words in faith, her energy changed, her opportunities grew, and her entire countenance shifted. She began to live the decrees she had spoken. You must treat your words like law. Once spoken, they go forth to perform. This is why you should be slow to speak fear, slow to speak doubt, and quick to declare truth. Speak as if your words are planting trees that your children will sit under. Because they are, you are building your future one decree at a time. Even Jesus used decrees. When he saw a fig tree with no fruit, he said, "No man eat fruit of thee hereafter forever." The next day, that tree had withered from the roots. He did not pray for hours about it. He spoke once with authority, and nature responded. When he raised Lazarus, he did not plead, he decreed, "Lazarus, come forth." The power was not only in the prayer, but in the spoken word. When you decree, speak with confidence. Do not speak as if you are trying to convince God. Speak as if it is already done, because in spirit it is. Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 24, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." That means the moment you pray and decree, you should act as if it is already yours. So here is your instruction: turn your prayers into decrees. Stop saying, "I hope I will be blessed," and start saying, "I am blessed now." Stop saying, "I hope I get well," and start saying, "I am healed now." Stop saying, "I hope my dreams come true," and start saying, "My dreams are already manifesting." Faith speaks in the present tense, because in the spirit realm, it is already finished. Your words are not powerless. They are your greatest weapon. Speak them carefully, speak them boldly, speak them often, and watch as the spiritual realm bends to fulfill every decree that aligns with God's truth. If you want your prayers to move mountains, you must bring your speech into alignment with your faith. You cannot pray one thing and then speak the opposite. Prayer is the seed you plant, but your words are the water that helps it grow. Many people pray in faith, but sabotage their prayers with doubt-filled speech. They kneel before God in hope, but rise from prayer and speak fear into existence. This is why prayers feel powerless. They are not supported by words of faith. Let me teach you how to align your prayers with your speech, so that everything you say and do works together to create miracles in your life. The first step is to pray with expectation. Jesus said in Mark chapter 11, verse 24, "What things soever ye desire when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Notice that he did not say believe after you see it. He said believe that you receive it when you pray. This means that the moment you ask, you must settle in your heart that it is done. Faith is not waiting for proof. Faith is living as if it is already finished. When you pray this way, your words will naturally reflect your belief. The second step is to seal your prayer with a declaration. After you pray, speak aloud a decree that matches your request. If you prayed for healing, say, "I am healed now, and my body is full of life." If you prayed for provision, say, "My needs are met in full, and I live in divine abundance." If you prayed for wisdom, say, "I have the mind of Christ, and I hear divine instructions clearly." This is not wishful thinking, it is spiritual law. You are speaking truth into the natural realm, just as God spoke light into darkness. The third step is to monitor your words throughout the day. Your prayer sets your intention, but your words maintain that intention. It is easy to let fear creep back in when circumstances look unchanged, but that is the moment when your faith must speak louder than your fear. Every time worry rises, declare Scripture. Say, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Say, "No weapon formed against me shall prosper." Say, "A God is working all things together for my good." This constant alignment keeps your spiritual atmosphere charged with faith. The fourth step is to create a daily rhythm of declarations. Begin your morning with prayer, then speak affirmations rooted in Scripture. Let your first words of the day be words of life. Proverbs chapter 18 verse 21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." Set your day on a foundation of life-filled speech. When you wake up, say, "This is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it." Say, "Blessings are chasing me down today." Speak abundance over your home, your work, and your family before you do anything else. The fifth step is to guard your mouth against negativity. Ephesians chapter 4 verse 29 says, "Let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth, but that which is good to the use of edifying." This means you cannot afford to speak carelessly. When you complain, criticize, or declare defeat, you are planting seeds of struggle. If negative words try to escape your lips, stop immediately and correct yourself. Replace them with words of faith. If you catch yourself saying, "I will never get ahead," immediately declare, "I am blessed beyond measure, and I am moving forward with ease." The sixth step is to create an atmosphere of faith around you. Surround yourself with scripture, faith-filled messages, and reminders of God's promises. Write verses on sticky notes and place them on your mirror, your desk, and your wallet. Let your environment reflect the truth you are speaking. Faith thrives in an atmosphere of agreement. If you are constantly surrounded by negativity, it will be difficult to keep your words aligned with your prayers. Choose music, books, and conversations that build your faith. The seventh step is to end your day the same way you started it, with prayer and declarations. Before you go to sleep, thank God for answering your prayers, even if you do not see the results yet. Gratitude is a magnet for blessings because it proves that you believe the answer is already yours. Say aloud before bed, "I rest in perfect peace, knowing that God is working all things for my good." Declare healing over your body, abundance over your finances, and protection over your family as you sleep. Your subconscious mind will carry those declarations through the night and work on them while you rest. This daily rhythm of prayer and speech alignment will completely transform your spiritual life. You will no longer feel like your prayers vanish into the air. You will begin to see results because you are living in agreement with spiritual law. Your prayer is the blueprint, and your words are the builders. When the blueprint and the builders agree, the structure will stand strong. You must remember this: God's word in your mouth is just as powerful as God's word spoken from heaven. Isaiah chapter 51, verse 16 says, "And I have put my words in thy mouth." When you speak his promises, you are not speaking empty phrases, you are releasing divine authority. The angels of God respond to his word. Psalm 103 verse 20 says, "Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, hearkening unto the voice of his word." When you give voice to his word, heaven moves on your behalf. Your goal is to become so consistent that your speech always agrees with your prayers. When your prayers and your words are aligned, there is no room for the enemy to delay or block your blessings. You will pray with boldness, speak with confidence, and see results that others call miracles, but you will know are simply the fulfillment of spiritual law. Start today. Begin with one prayer, one decree, and one act of faith. Speak life, speak abundance, speak healing, and watch as your life transforms. I want to share with you a story that perfectly demonstrates this law in action. Years ago, a woman came to me feeling completely defeated. She had been praying for months for her finances to improve. She prayed every morning, every night, and even throughout the day. Yet, nothing seemed to change. Her debts piled higher, her income stayed low, and she felt abandoned by God. She came to me in tears and said, "Florence, I do not understand. I pray and pray, but heaven seems silent. What am I doing wrong?" I looked at her gently and asked her a simple question. "What do you say about yourself during the day?" She was puzzled. "What do you mean?" I asked. "What words are you speaking over your life when you are not praying?" She thought for a moment and then said, "I guess I always say things like, 'I am broke,' or 'money is hard to find,' or 'I cannot catch a break.'" She sighed heavily and added, "But that is just the truth." I smiled softly and said, "No, my dear, that is not the truth, that is your testimony. And your testimony is creating your reality. You are planting seeds of lack with every word you speak, and your prayers are being uprooted by your own tongue." I opened the Bible to Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21, and read aloud, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof." I explained to her that her words were producing fruit of lack, fear, and limitation, because that is what she continually confessed. I told her prayer sets your request, but your words determine whether that prayer will grow or wither. Right now, your words are canceling your prayers. She was stunned. She had never been taught that speaking negatively could block her blessings. I gave her a simple assignment. For the next 30 days, do not speak one word of lack. Instead, declare these truths every morning and every night. I am abundantly supplied. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Money comes to me easily, freely, and joyfully under grace. Speak them throughout the day whenever fear rises. Replace every negative statement with a declaration of abundance. She agreed, though it felt strange to her. At first, she said the words felt like lies. She would look at her empty bank account and whisper, I am abundantly supplied, and part of her wanted to laugh or cry. But I told her, keep speaking. Words are seeds, and seeds do not sprout overnight. Keep planting truth until your heart believes it. Within 2 weeks, something began to shift. She received an unexpected payment for work she had done months earlier. Then, a friend offered her a freelance opportunity that paid more than she had ever earned in a single week. By the end of that month, she had not only paid off a portion of her debt, but also had money left over for savings. She came back to me with tears of joy streaming down her face. Florence, she said, it feels like a miracle. How did this happen so fast? I told her, it is not magic, it is law. Your words were a constant declaration of lack, and so your life reflected that. But once you changed your speech, your entire vibration shifted. Heaven had already prepared blessings for you, but your fear-based words were blocking them. Now, your words are in agreement with your prayers, and spiritual law is delivering what you have declared. Her life continued to improve. She became so consistent in speaking truth that it became second nature. She no longer said, I am broke. She declared daily, I live in divine abundance. She no longer spoke fear over her future. She said, I am guided, protected, and supplied in every way. And doors kept opening for her. She attracted better work opportunities, financial favor, and even healing in her health. This story is not rare. I have seen it happen time and time again. People pray and pray, but they keep canceling their prayers with words of fear. The moment they begin to speak differently, everything changes. Because words are not passive, they are active. They are spiritual forces shaping your reality right now. Jesus demonstrated this truth when he said in Mark chapter 11, verse 23, Whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Notice he repeated the word say. He was teaching us that speaking is the key to manifestation. Prayer is powerful, but prayer without faith-filled words is incomplete. You must learn to treat your words like commands. Speak what you want to see, not what you fear. Call forth provision, peace, and healing with confidence. When you decree a thing, heaven responds. Angels are dispatched, opportunities are aligned, circumstances rearrange themselves, and what once seemed impossible begins to flow naturally into your life. This woman's testimony is proof that your words are not powerless. They are prophetic. They are planting seeds right now, and your future will reflect what you are saying today. So choose carefully. Stop agreeing with fear. Start agreeing with God's promises. If she could turn her life around in 30 days, so can you. Now that you understand this law, I want to give you a challenge that will change your life. I do not want you to simply listen to this message and feel inspired for a moment. I want you to apply it and see results. Knowledge without action does not transform. The Bible says in James chapter 1, verse 22, But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. It is not enough to agree with me today. You must put this law into practice. Here is your challenge for the next 7 days. I want you to become a master of your mouth. I want you to monitor every word that comes out of your lips. Every time you feel tempted to speak fear, lack, sickness, or defeat, I want you to pause and replace it with a faith-filled decree. If you are about to say, I cannot afford that, change it to, I am supplied abundantly. If you are about to say, I always get sick, declare instead, I am healed and whole. If you are about to complain about your life, stop and say, my life is blessed, and good things are flowing to me now. This may feel strange at first because your old habits have trained your tongue to speak negativity. But remember, your tongue is a tool. It can create life or destroy it. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof." You are already eating the fruit of your words today, whether you like it or not. The question is, will you plant new seeds with your words so you can eat better fruit tomorrow? For the next 7 days, I also want you to choose one verse of scripture that matches your deepest need and declare it aloud 50 times a day. Yes, 50 times. Repetition is powerful because it rewires your subconscious mind. The Bible says in Romans chapter 10, verse 17, "Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." When you hear yourself speak God's word over and over, it begins to settle into your spirit, and faith is built. Let me give you some examples. If you are praying for provision, declare Philippians chapter 4, verse 19, "But my God shall supply all my need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus." If you are praying for healing, declare Isaiah chapter 53, verse 5, "By his stripes I am healed." If you are praying for peace, declare John chapter 14, verse 20, "7 Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you." Choose your verse, write it down, and make it your decree. Speak it boldly and often, not as a wish but as a statement of truth. I also want you to create a no complaint zone in your home. This means that for 7 days, no negative words are allowed. If you catch yourself complaining, stop and immediately speak gratitude instead. Gratitude is a magnet for miracles because it shifts your focus from lack to abundance. Every night before bed, write down 3 things you are grateful for, even if they seem small. Say aloud, "Thank you, Lord, that my life is overflowing with blessings." Gratitude seals your declarations with faith. To hold yourself accountable, I challenge you to write your chosen scripture verse in the comments of this video. Write it as a declaration, not just a verse. For example, write, "My God supplies all my needs now and always." Or, "By his stripes, I am completely healed." By posting it publicly, you are stepping into boldness, and boldness attracts blessings. You are making a spiritual contract saying, "I believe this is true for me." For 7 days, I want you to treat your words as sacred instruments of creation. Do not let a single careless word leave your lips. Speak only what you want to see. Speak blessings over your finances, your family, your health, your future. Speak life over your dreams. Speak faith over your challenges, and watch as the energy around you begins to shift. You will feel lighter, stronger, more hopeful. And as your vibration rises, circumstances will start to reflect your declarations. You see, this is not about trying to convince God to bless you. God has already blessed you. Ephesians chapter 1 verse 3 says, "He hath blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ." That means everything you need already exists in spirit. Your words simply call it forth into manifestation. Your words give it a voice, and what you give a voice to will come to pass. If you will do this for 7 days, if you will truly commit to this challenge, you will see changes. Some of you will see financial provision appear out of nowhere. Some of you will see healing in your body. Some of you will experience peace like never before. Why? Because you are finally aligning your speech with your prayers. You are finally living this law. So will you accept this challenge? Will you rise above fear and speak only faith? Will you stop cursing your life with your words and start blessing it? If so, say this out loud with me right now. My words are powerful. My prayers are powerful. And I declare that I am living in divine abundance now. Say it again. I am blessed. I am favored. And I am walking in miracles. This is your moment to take authority over your life with your words. Do not let another day go by speaking defeat. Choose life. Choose faith. Choose to use your tongue to create blessings, and watch as heaven responds to every decree. As we come to the end of this message, I want you to pause and breathe deeply. Right now, no matter where you are, whether you're sitting quietly in your home, listening during a busy day, or even lying awake at night, the Spirit of God is with you. His presence surrounds you like a soft, golden light. It fills your space, it touches your heart, and it whispers, "You are not powerless." I want you to hear me clearly. You were not created to live in fear, lack, or defeat. You were created in the image of the Creator Himself, the one who spoke the heavens and the earth into being. And that same power rests within you. The words you speak are not empty, they are alive, carrying creative force. They are seeds, and every seed you plant with your tongue will grow. That is why your life is not determined by your circumstances, but by your words. Proverbs chapter 18 verse 21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." And today, you are stepping into a new level of authority over your own life. I bless you now with a fresh awareness of the power in your mouth. I declare that from this day forward, you will speak only words that build, bless, and create. Every careless word of defeat that has ever escaped your lips is canceled by the blood of Jesus. And new words of faith are now filling your spirit. Your prayers will no longer feel empty because your words will carry weight. They will carry authority. They will carry power. I declare over you that every prayer you have prayed in faith will begin to manifest because your speech is now aligned with heaven. You will no longer say, "I am sick," but "I am healed." You will no longer say, "I am broke," but "I live in divine abundance." You will no longer say, "I am unlucky," but "I am blessed and highly favored." These words are not just affirmations, they are spiritual decrees. And as you speak them, heaven moves to fulfill them. I see chains of limitation breaking right now. Some of you have been trapped in cycles of poverty for years because of the words spoken over you as a child, words of doubt, fear, and shame. But today, I declare that every curse is broken. Every negative word ever spoken over your life is null and void. You are no longer bound by those words. You are a child of God, and your inheritance is abundance, health, peace, and joy. Say this with me: I cancel every word of fear, every word of lack, every word of defeat that has ever been spoken over my life. I now decree blessing, abundance, and peace in Jesus' name. Say it again boldly: my words are powerful, and I speak only life from this day forward. The Bible says in Job chapter 22, verse 28, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee, and the light shall shine upon thy ways." Today your words are creating light in every dark place. Your decrees are establishing blessings that will follow you for the rest of your life. Your future is being shaped even now by what you say. You are walking into a new season. You will notice a shift in your atmosphere. Where there was heaviness, there will be peace. Where there was struggle, there will be favor. Where there was lack, there will be provision. This is not because you are striving harder, it is because you are speaking differently. You are no longer begging God for blessings, you are agreeing with Him that blessings are already yours. So from this moment forward, watch your words carefully. Guard them as you would a priceless treasure. Before you speak, ask yourself, do I want to see what I am about to say manifest in my life? If not, do not speak it. Instead, declare truth, declare life, declare God's promises. Speak over your family. My children are blessed and protected. Speak over your finances. I always have more than enough. Speak over your health. My body is strong, and I walk in perfect peace. Right now, I bless every listener with courage to change their confession. I bless you with wisdom to recognize when fear is speaking and strength to replace it with faith. I declare that your words will carry prophetic power, that when you speak, angels will move, doors will open, and miracles will follow. This is your turning point. This is the moment you step out of agreement with fear and into agreement with faith. You are no longer a victim of your circumstances. You are a co-creator with God, speaking His word into your life and watching it take form. So I invite you to make a bold decision. From this day forward, I will never again curse my future with my own mouth. From this day forward, I will speak life, I will speak abundance, I will speak faith, and I will watch as everything I decree begins to manifest, not by chance, but by spiritual law. Say this one more time: I am blessed, I am abundant, I am favored. My words carry life, and I choose to create my world with faith. Now rise up with confidence. because heaven has heard your words, and your life will never be the same. Go forth and speak boldly, for every decree you make in alignment with God's word is already done. It is established, it is finished, and it is yours. The subconscious mind is the fertile soil of every man and woman's destiny. What is planted there, in faith and in imagination, must surely come forth in due season. The spoken word, clothed in conviction, is a seed that never returns void. Just as a garden flourishes with the right seeds, so does the life of an individual flourish when words of prosperity, abundance, and success are sown into the deep silence of the night. As you prepare for rest, you are entering into the secret chamber where all power is renewed. The conscious mind, with its worries and reasonings, begins to withdraw, and the inner self becomes receptive, like a still and waiting field. It is here that suggestion becomes creation. It is here that wealth and money, called forth by the law of divine supply, take root and prepare to manifest in your waking hours. Every fortune begins with an idea, and every idea is born in the unseen. That unseen is not far from you. It is the very substance that surrounds and fills you. The air you breathe, the silence of the night, the invisible currents of energy, all are alive with the possibility of increase. When you sleep, you do not struggle. You do not resist. You are open. And in that openness, wealth can be impressed upon your being as a reality already secured. Money is not a distant prize, but a vibration, a stream, a current always moving and always seeking expression. Many believe it is scarce, but in truth, it is infinite, and it flows according to the channels we prepare for it. Words of truth prepare those channels. Faith enlarges them. Gratitude clears them. And as these words are spoken, they move past the conscious barriers and plant themselves in the subconscious, where they cannot be lost. To fall asleep while hearing words of prosperity is to let your last waking thought be one of abundance, rather than lack. It is to close your eyes not in fear of tomorrow, but in certainty that tomorrow already holds provision. The universe is abundant, and wealth is as natural as the rising of the sun. When the farmer plants a seed, he does not doubt the harvest. In the same way, when you rest with wealth declared over your life, you align yourself with the law that never fails. The law of supply meeting demand, of thought becoming thing. Every debt is dissolved in this awareness. Every fear of money fades before the truth that riches are not created by labor alone, but by consciousness. Money is drawn to the one who expects it, who welcomes it, who blesses it as it comes and as it goes. In your sleep, you will be taught to expect it, to welcome it, to see yourself as one already enriched. As these words enter the stillness of your rest, know that they are not idle. They are living forces, shaping unseen substance into visible form. You need not strive, you need not chase, simply receive. Wealth is already yours, and as you sleep, it gathers itself to meet you upon waking. The subconscious mind is the secret workshop of creation, the unseen force that shapes every visible condition of life. It does not argue, it does not question. It simply accepts what is impressed upon it with feeling and repetition. When you feed it with thoughts of wealth, words of prosperity, and images of abundance, it responds with absolute obedience, rearranging circumstances and drawing to you that which corresponds to the seed you have sown. It is as if the subconscious is a faithful servant who takes the command of the conscious mind and fulfills it without hesitation. Yet many people misuse this power by impressing fear, doubt, and limitation upon it, and then they wonder why their lives seem to reflect struggle rather than success. To understand this law is to hold the key to transformation. When the conscious mind speaks in alignment with truth, when it declares wealth as present and money as plentiful, the subconscious accepts it as reality. It does not distinguish between truth or falsehood, between present possession or future hope. It simply takes the word as law and sets about making it manifest. This is why the spoken word, repeated as you drift into sleep, is so powerful. At that hour, the gatekeeper of the conscious mind grows quiet, and suggestion slips easily into the fertile soil of the subconscious. Just as a farmer places a seed in the ground, unseen and unobserved, So does the affirmation of wealth take root in the depths of being, ready to push through into visible form. The subconscious mind is unlimited in its resourcefulness. It knows where opportunities lie, it perceives connections you cannot consciously see, and it influences people and events in ways beyond ordinary understanding. Many call this coincidence or luck. Yet it is nothing more than the perfect orchestration of a subconscious that has been instructed to bring wealth into your experience. If poverty has appeared, it is only because the subconscious has been trained by words of lack, beliefs in scarcity, and feelings of fear. Change the seed, and the harvest must change. When wealth is spoken into it, when prosperity is declared as your rightful inheritance, the subconscious reorganizes everything to match that decree. Consider how automatic the subconscious is in directing the body. Without conscious effort, the heart beats, the lungs expand, the blood circulates. In the same way, when wealth is impressed upon it, the subconscious automatically directs actions, attracts ideas, and opens pathways without your deliberate planning. You may find yourself meeting the right person at the right time, discovering an opportunity unexpectedly, or being guided toward an idea that brings financial increase. These are not accidents but the faithful execution of commands planted in the inner mind. The great truth is that the subconscious cannot be left empty. It will always be at work, drawing experiences to you. If you do not feed it with wealth, it will simply echo the beliefs you have absorbed from the world, beliefs in limitation, in struggle, in shortage. That is why it is essential to guard the words you speak, the images you hold, and especially the last thoughts before sleep. For in those quiet moments, the subconscious takes instruction, and throughout the night it labors to bring it forth. If you give it the word of prosperity, it works with precision to manifest prosperity. If you give it the word of lack, it manifests lack with the same fidelity. It does not choose, it obeys. The subconscious mind, when filled with wealth consciousness, becomes a magnet to money. Just as a magnet draws metal without effort, so does a mind rich in prosperity draw money and opportunity without struggle. This attraction is not based on toil or strain, but on vibration. Wealth is a vibration, money is a vibration, and when your inner mind accepts wealth as real, it radiates a frequency that calls forth the matching form. You cannot see the magnetic force, yet it works without fail. The subconscious, impressed with wealth, broadcasts that vibration continually, attracting circumstances that harmonize with it. It is also important to understand that the subconscious works only in the present. It does not operate with someday or tomorrow. It acts now. If you affirm that wealth will come, the subconscious hears only delay and postponement. But if you affirm that wealth is here, that abundance is present now, the subconscious accepts that as the current state and begins at once to make it visible. This is why words such as, "I am wealthy," "I have abundance," "money flows to me freely," are powerful. They declare the reality as already complete. The subconscious does not wait, it begins creating in this very moment. Impressing wealth on the subconscious requires more than idle repetition. It requires feeling. The words must be clothed with belief, with the emotion of certainty, with the vibration of gratitude. When you feel the truth of your words, the subconscious absorbs them deeply, for emotion is the language it understands best. Words without feeling are like seeds scattered on stone. They do not take root. But words spoken with conviction and felt as reality sink into the fertile soil and bring forth a harvest. To imagine yourself already in possession of money, to feel the joy of financial freedom, to rest in the certainty that provision is secured. This is how wealth becomes impressed upon the inner mind. Night after night, as you repeat the truth of abundance before sleep, you are steadily reshaping the patterns of your subconscious. Old beliefs of struggle begin to dissolve, and new beliefs of prosperity grow strong. It may not be visible immediately, but the process is as certain as the law of growth. The subconscious never fails to bring forth what is planted in it. Just as the farmer does not dig up the seed each morning to see if it has sprouted, so must you trust the unseen work of the subconscious. It is bringing forth wealth in its perfect time, in perfect ways, and in perfect measure. When you align your conscious word with the truth of wealth and impress it upon the subconscious, you are working with the most powerful force available to you. The outer world is but a reflection of the inner. Change the subconscious pattern, and the outer circumstances cannot resist changing. Every bill, every bank account, every opportunity begins to shift to match the new image of wealth you have planted within. This is the law, unfailing and exact. The subconscious is the servant of your word, and when that word is prosperity, it must deliver prosperity. Prosperity is not a rare event, not a prize for the fortunate few, not something to be wrestled from the hands of fate. Prosperity is a natural law, as natural as the rising of the sun, the flowing of rivers, the unfolding of a flower. The universe is rich beyond measure, filled with endless supply. And the same intelligence that created the stars, the seas, and the soil also created provision for every need of man. There is no lack in the divine order, only abundance seeking expression. To see prosperity as struggle is to misunderstand its very nature. The bird does not toil for its song, the tree does not strive for its blossoms, and the sun does not strain to shine. All act in harmony with the law of their being, and their supply flows without resistance. Prosperity for mankind is the same. Governed by the law of infinite supply, ready to unfold without struggle when the mind aligns with it. Many have been taught to believe that money is scarce, that wealth is hard won, that only through sweat and endless effort can one be provided for. This belief has been sown by generations who looked only at appearances and not at principle. Appearances may show poverty, but principle reveals abundance. Look at the earth and you will see evidence of it everywhere. The grains of sand upon the shore are without number. The stars in the night sky cannot be counted, the leaves on the trees renew themselves season after season without depletion. Creation is overflowing, generous, extravagant in its supply. That same extravagance is the truth of prosperity in human affairs. Wealth is not earned by struggle but claimed by alignment with the law that never fails. When one begins to recognize prosperity as law, fear begins to dissolve. Fear comes from the belief that there is not enough, that supply is uncertain, that one must compete or fight for limited resources. But in truth, there is no competition in divine law. What belongs to you cannot be taken, and what belongs to another cannot be claimed by you. Each person draws from the infinite storehouse according to their own consciousness, and no man's prosperity diminishes another's. The ocean does not run dry when one drinks a cup of water. The sky is not diminished when one candle is lit. So it is with money, wealth, and abundance. To believe otherwise is to hold a false idea, and that false idea creates struggle where none is required. Prosperity flows where it is welcomed, and it withdraws where it is resisted. Resistance comes through doubt, fear, and the belief that wealth is unnatural or undeserved. Yet the law is impartial. Just as gravity does not care who uses it, prosperity does not care who aligns with it. It simply flows according to belief. If one believes in scarcity, scarcity appears. If one believes in abundance, abundance appears. The law works with precision, without error, without favoritism. Prosperity is therefore not a gamble, not a chance occurrence, but the guaranteed result of aligning thought, word, and expectation with the truth of infinite supply. Struggle is born from separation. The belief that man is cut off from his source, left to earn, grasp, and scrape in order to survive. But man is never separated from source, any more than a ray of sunlight is separated from the sun. The current of prosperity flows ceaselessly, and to step into it requires only awareness and acceptance. When you accept that prosperity is natural, you cease struggling, and when you cease struggling, you allow the law to work unhindered. Strain and worry clog the channels through which abundance flows, but calm expectation opens them wide. To rest in the truth that prosperity is as natural as breath is to live without fear of tomorrow, for tomorrow must carry its own provision. Look at the lilies of the field. They do not labor, yet they are clothed in splendor. Look at the sparrows, they do not store in barns, yet they are fed. These are not idle sayings but demonstrations of the law in action. Nature is filled with proof that prosperity is not a struggle, but a constant, generous provision for all creation. Man, too, is part of this creation, not apart from it, and when he remembers this truth, his life begins to reflect the same effortless supply. Money is drawn in the same way the bee is drawn to the blossom. Naturally, without force, simply by being in alignment with its nature. Prosperity is a state of consciousness, not a bank balance. A person with wealth, consciousness can draw money easily, while one with poverty, consciousness may lose money no matter how much comes. To hold the idea of prosperity as natural is to shift the inner state, and when the inner state shifts, the outer world must follow. This is why affirmations, visualizations, and spoken words are so vital. They train the inner mind to accept prosperity as law. As the subconscious accepts this, actions, opportunities, and circumstances adjust accordingly. What once seemed impossible begins to unfold without effort, because the law is always working, and you have simply aligned yourself with it. Effort has its place, but effort alone is not the source of wealth. Many labor endlessly and remain in want, while others move with ease and draw riches. The difference lies in consciousness. To labor with the belief in scarcity is to struggle for little return. But to labor with the belief in prosperity is to see even small actions multiplied. Prosperity is not earned in sweat but revealed through alignment. Work can be a channel, but it is never the source. The source is infinite and unseen, and it supplies through countless avenues. When you know prosperity is natural, you release the tight grasp on one channel, and you open yourself to receive from many. The subconscious mind is the fertile soil of every man and woman's destiny. What is planted there, in faith and in imagination, must surely come forth in due season. The spoken word, clothed in conviction, is a seed that never returns void. Just as a garden flourishes with the right seeds, so does the life of an individual flourish when words of prosperity, abundance, and success are sown into the deep silence of the night. As you prepare for rest, you are entering into the secret chamber where all power is renewed. The conscious mind, with its worries and reasonings, begins to withdraw, and the inner self becomes receptive, like a still and waiting field. It is here that suggestion becomes creation. It is here that wealth and money, called forth by the law of divine supply, take root and prepare to manifest in your waking hours. Every fortune begins with an idea, and every idea is born in the unseen. That unseen is not far from you. It is the very substance that surrounds and fills you. The air you breathe, the silence of the night, the invisible currents of energy, all are alive with the possibility of increase. When you sleep, you do not struggle. You do not resist. You are open. And in that openness, wealth can be impressed upon your being as a reality already secured. Money is not a distant prize, but a vibration, a stream, a current always moving and always seeking expression. Many believe it is scarce, but in truth, it is infinite, and it flows according to the channels we prepare for it. Words of truth prepare those channels. Faith enlarges them. Gratitude clears them. And as these words are spoken, they move past the conscious barriers and plant themselves in the subconscious, where they cannot be lost. To fall asleep while hearing words of prosperity is to let your last waking thought be one of abundance, rather than lack. It is to close your eyes not in fear of tomorrow, but in certainty that tomorrow already holds provision. The universe is abundant, and wealth is as natural as the rising of the sun. When the farmer plants a seed, he does not doubt the harvest. In the same way, when you rest with wealth declared over your life, you align yourself with the law that never fails. The law of supply meeting demand, of thought becoming thing. Every debt is dissolved in this awareness. Every fear of money fades before the truth that riches are not created by labor alone, but by consciousness. Money is drawn to the one who expects it, who welcomes it, who blesses it as it comes and as it goes. In your sleep, you will be taught to expect it, to welcome it, to see yourself as one already enriched. As these words enter the stillness of your rest, know that they are not idle. They are living forces, shaping unseen substance into visible form. You need not strive, you need not chase, simply receive. Wealth is already yours, and as you sleep, it gathers itself to meet you upon waking. The subconscious mind is the secret workshop of creation, the unseen force that shapes every visible condition of life. It does not argue, it does not question. It simply accepts what is impressed upon it with feeling and repetition. When you feed it with thoughts of wealth, words of prosperity, and images of abundance, it responds with absolute obedience, rearranging circumstances and drawing to you that which corresponds to the seed you have sown. It is as if the subconscious is a faithful servant who takes the command of the conscious mind and fulfills it without hesitation. Yet many people misuse this power by impressing fear, doubt, and limitation upon it, and then they wonder why their lives seem to reflect struggle rather than success. To understand this law is to hold the key to transformation. When the conscious mind speaks in alignment with truth, when it declares wealth as present and money as plentiful, the subconscious accepts it as reality. It does not distinguish between truth or falsehood, between present possession or future hope. It simply takes the word as law and sets about making it manifest. This is why the spoken word, repeated as you drift into sleep, is so powerful. At that hour, the gatekeeper of the conscious mind grows quiet, and suggestion slips easily into the fertile soil of the subconscious. Just as a farmer places a seed in the ground, unseen and unobserved, so does the affirmation of wealth take root in the depths of being, ready to push through into visible form. The subconscious mind is unlimited in its resourcefulness. It knows where opportunities lie, it perceives connections you cannot consciously see, and it influences people and events in ways beyond ordinary understanding. Many call this coincidence or luck. Yet it is nothing more than the perfect orchestration of a subconscious that has been instructed to bring wealth into your experience. If poverty has appeared, it is only because the subconscious has been trained by words of lack, beliefs in scarcity, and feelings of fear. Change the seed, and the harvest must change. When wealth is spoken into it, when prosperity is declared as your rightful inheritance, the subconscious reorganizes everything to match that decree. Consider how automatic the subconscious is in directing the body. Without conscious effort, the heart beats, the lungs expand, the blood circulates. In the same way, when wealth is impressed upon it, the subconscious automatically directs actions, attracts ideas, and opens pathways without your deliberate planning. You may find yourself meeting the right person at the right time, discovering an opportunity unexpectedly, or being guided toward an idea that brings financial increase. These are not accidents but the faithful execution of commands planted in the inner mind. The great truth is that the subconscious cannot be left empty. It will always be at work, drawing experiences to you. If you do not feed it with wealth, it will simply echo the beliefs you have absorbed from the world. Beliefs in limitation, in struggle, in shortage. That is why it is essential to guard the words you speak, the images you hold, and especially the last thoughts before sleep. For in those quiet moments, the subconscious takes instruction, and throughout the night it labors to bring it forth. If you give it the word of prosperity, it works with precision to manifest prosperity. If you give it the word of lack, it manifests lack with the same fidelity. It does not choose, it obeys. The subconscious mind, when filled with wealth consciousness, becomes a magnet to money. Just as a magnet draws metal without effort, so does a mind rich in prosperity draw money and opportunity without struggle. This attraction is not based on toil or strain, but on vibration. Wealth is a vibration, money is a vibration, and when your inner mind accepts wealth as real, it radiates a frequency that calls forth the matching form. You cannot see the magnetic force, yet it works without fail. The subconscious, impressed with wealth, broadcasts that vibration continually, attracting circumstances that harmonize with it. It is also important to understand that the subconscious works only in the present. It does not operate with someday or tomorrow. It acts now. If you affirm that wealth will come, the subconscious hears only delay and postponement. But if you affirm that wealth is here, that abundance is present now, the subconscious accepts that as the current state and begins at once to make it visible. This is why words such as, "I am wealthy," "I have abundance," "money flows to me freely," are powerful. They declare the reality as already complete. The subconscious does not wait, it begins creating in this very moment. Impressing wealth on the subconscious requires more than idle repetition. It requires feeling. The words must be clothed with belief, with the emotion of certainty, with the vibration of gratitude. When you feel the truth of your words, the subconscious absorbs them deeply, for emotion is the language it understands best. Words without feeling are like seeds scattered on stone. They do not take root. But words spoken with conviction and felt as reality sink into the fertile soil and bring forth a harvest. To imagine yourself already in possession of money, to feel the joy of financial freedom, to rest in the certainty that provision is secured. This is how wealth becomes impressed upon the inner mind. Night after night, as you repeat the truth of abundance before sleep, you are steadily reshaping the patterns of your subconscious. Old beliefs of struggle begin to dissolve, and new beliefs of prosperity grow strong. It may not be visible immediately, but the process is as certain as the law of growth. The subconscious never fails to bring forth what is planted in it. Just as the farmer does not dig up the seed each morning to see if it has sprouted, so must you trust the unseen work of the subconscious. It is bringing forth wealth in its perfect time, in perfect ways, and in perfect measure. When you align your conscious word with the truth of wealth and impress it upon the subconscious, you are working with the most powerful force available to you. The outer world is but a reflection of the inner. Change the subconscious pattern, and the outer circumstances cannot resist changing. Every bill, every bank account, every opportunity begins to shift to match the new image of wealth you have planted within. This is the law, unfailing and exact. The subconscious is the servant of your word, and when that word is prosperity, it must deliver prosperity. Prosperity is not a rare event, not a prize for the fortunate few, not something to be wrestled from the hands of fate. Prosperity is a natural law, as natural as the rising of the sun, the flowing of rivers, the unfolding of a flower. The universe is rich beyond measure, filled with endless supply. And the same intelligence that created the stars, the seas, and the soil also created provision for every need of man. There is no lack in the divine order, only abundance seeking expression. To see prosperity as struggle is to misunderstand its very nature. The bird does not toil for its song, the tree does not strive for its blossoms, and the sun does not strain to shine. All act in harmony with the law of their being, and their supply flows without resistance. Prosperity for mankind is the same. Governed by the law of infinite supply, ready to unfold without struggle when the mind aligns with it. Many have been taught to believe that money is scarce, that wealth is hard won, that only through sweat and endless effort can one be provided for. This belief has been sound by generations who looked only at appearances and not at principle. Appearances may show poverty, but principle reveals abundance. Look at the earth and you will see evidence of it everywhere. The grains of sand upon the shore are without number. The stars in the night sky cannot be counted. The leaves on the trees renew themselves season after season without depletion. Creation is overflowing, generous, extravagant in its supply. That same extravagance is the truth of prosperity in human affairs. Wealth is not earned by struggle but claimed by alignment with the law that never fails. When one begins to recognize prosperity as law, fear begins to dissolve. Fear comes from the belief that there is not enough, that supply is uncertain, that one must compete or fight for limited resources. But in truth, there is no competition in divine law. What belongs to you cannot be taken, and what belongs to another cannot be claimed by you. Each person draws from the infinite storehouse according to their own consciousness, and no man's prosperity diminishes another's. The ocean does not run dry when one drinks a cup of water. The sky is not diminished when one candle is lit. So it is with money, wealth, and abundance. To believe otherwise is to hold a false idea, and that false idea creates struggle where none is required. Prosperity flows where it is welcomed, and it withdraws where it is resisted. Resistance comes through doubt, fear, and the belief that wealth is unnatural or undeserved. Yet the law is impartial. Just as gravity does not care who uses it, prosperity does not care who aligns with it. It simply flows according to belief. If one believes in scarcity, scarcity appears. If one believes in abundance, abundance appears. The law works with precision, without error, without favoritism. Prosperity is therefore not a gamble, not a chance occurrence, but the guaranteed result of aligning thought, word, and expectation with the truth of infinite supply. Struggle is born from separation. The belief that man is cut off from his source, left to earn, grasp, and scrape in order to survive. But man is never separated from source, any more than a ray of sunlight is separated from the sun. The current of prosperity flows ceaselessly, and to step into it requires only awareness and acceptance. When you accept that prosperity is natural, you cease struggling, and when you cease struggling, you allow the law to work unhindered. Strain and worry clog the channels through which abundance flows, but calm expectation opens them wide. To rest in the truth that prosperity is as natural as breath is to live without fear of tomorrow, for tomorrow must carry its own provision. Look at the lilies of the field. They do not labor, yet they are clothed in splendor. Look at the sparrows. They do not store in barns, yet they are fed. These are not idle sayings, but demonstrations of the law in action. Nature is filled with proof that prosperity is not a struggle, but a constant, generous provision for all creation. Man, too, is part of this creation, not apart from it, and when he remembers this truth, his life begins to reflect the same effortless supply. Money is drawn in the same way the bee is drawn to the blossom. Naturally, without force, simply by being in alignment with its nature. Prosperity is a state of consciousness, not a bank balance. A person with wealth, consciousness can draw money easily, while one with poverty, consciousness may lose money no matter how much comes. To hold the idea of prosperity as natural is to shift the inner state, and when the inner state shifts, the outer world must follow. This is why affirmations, visualizations, and spoken words are so vital. They train the inner mind to accept prosperity as law. As the subconscious accepts this, actions, opportunities, and circumstances adjust accordingly. What once seemed impossible begins to unfold without effort, because the law is always working, and you have simply aligned yourself with it. Effort has its place, but effort alone is not the source of wealth. Many labor endlessly and remain in want, while others move with ease and draw riches. The difference lies in consciousness. To labor with the belief in scarcity is to struggle for little return. But to labor with the belief in prosperity is to see even small actions multiplied. Prosperity is not earned in sweat but revealed through alignment. Work can be a channel, but it is never the source. The source is infinite and unseen, and it supplies through countless avenues. When you know prosperity is natural, you release the tight grasp on one channel, and you open yourself to receive from many. Consider the child who trusts without question that his needs will be met. He does not worry about supply, yet his needs are provided for. Prosperity works in much the same way. To enter into the childlike faith that abundance is natural is to release the strain of doubt. Prosperity then flows in quietly, steadily, without effort, for it has always been present, awaiting only your recognition. The struggle vanishes not because circumstances change first, but because the inner belief shifts first, and the outer must follow. When prosperity is seen as natural, you no longer plead for it, you no longer chase after it, you no longer fear its absence. You rest in the certainty that the law is unfailing. You declare wealth as present, and it appears. You give thanks for abundance, and more comes. You expect money to flow, and it flows. Not by struggle, but by the quiet operation of a law as certain as gravity, as precise as mathematics, as constant as the seasons. This is prosperity as it truly is, never a battle to win, but a law to accept, a truth to embody, and a natural flow that needs no strain. Words are living forces, And every word spoken with belief is a seed sown into the unseen field of consciousness. Just as the farmer casts seed into the soil and trusts the law of growth to do its perfect work, so do the words spoken in faith create channels through which money flows into life. These channels are not forced into existence by struggle, but are shaped naturally by the power of the spoken word. Every declaration of prosperity, every affirmation of wealth, every utterance of abundance is a blueprint given to the subconscious mind and to the unseen forces of supply. The words themselves are not empty sounds. They are commands, decrees, instructions that shape substance and set in motion the law of increase. When one says with conviction that money flows freely and easily, the very vibration of that word prepares a pathway. It directs attention to opportunities, opens the mind to receive ideas, and influences unseen conditions to bring about corresponding results. Words spoken in faith are not mere wishes or idle repetitions, they are creative forces that cannot return void. The subconscious accepts them as fact, and the universe responds by arranging circumstances to fulfill them. Just as a river carves its channel and water flows without effort, words carve out mental and spiritual channels through which wealth may pour. The greater the faith, the wider the channel, and the more abundant the flow. Many people unknowingly speak against their own prosperity by declaring lack, limitation, and hardship. Words of fear build channels of obstruction. Words of doubt construct barriers that block the flow of supply. When a person says, "I never have enough," the subconscious accepts this as instruction and faithfully creates conditions that match it. When one declares, "Money is scarce," the channel narrows and money struggles to enter. Yet the moment words of truth are spoken, words such as "I am rich in every good way," "Wealth flows constantly into my life," "Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways," a new channel is created, and the law of supply moves swiftly to fill it. It is not the effort behind the words, but the belief they carry that shapes reality. A single word spoken with deep conviction can outweigh 100 spoken without faith. The subconscious does not respond to empty speech, but to the emotional charge and certainty with which words are expressed. This is why it is essential not only to say words of prosperity, but to feel their truth as they are spoken. To say, "I am prosperous," with the vibration of gratitude and certainty, is to engrave that truth upon the subconscious and to establish a strong and clear channel for money to flow. The spoken word is a bridge between the seen and the unseen. It takes the invisible idea of prosperity and gives it shape, form, and energy in the realm of thought, where it can then manifest in the physical. Every word is a decree, whether for abundance or for lack. When the words are aligned with truth, with the law of infinite supply, they open channels for wealth to flow unhindered. When words contradict truth and affirm poverty, they shut down the flow and create blockages. The choice of words is the choice of channels, and the channels chosen will determine the flow experienced. Money itself is not the source of prosperity. It is only one form through which prosperity flows. The source is the infinite, the unseen, the inexhaustible supply of the universe. Words are the tools that shape the pathways through which this supply can reach you in tangible form. To continually speak words of prosperity is to continually widen and strengthen these pathways. To cease speaking them is to allow them to shrink and grow over with the weeds of doubt and fear. Constant use of the spoken word in alignment with prosperity keeps the channels open, fresh, and flowing. Faith gives life to the words. Without faith, words are lifeless and produce little. With faith, words are living seeds that must grow. The farmer does not doubt whether his seed will sprout. He plants and expects the harvest. In the same way, when words of wealth are spoken in faith, they must manifest in some form, for the law cannot be broken. The timing and the manner may differ from expectation, but the result is always the same. The word spoken in truth brings forth after its kind. Words of increase bring increase, words of abundance bring abundance, words of money bring money. Every spoken word sets a vibration into motion, and vibrations draw to themselves that which harmonizes with them. To declare, I am open to receive money now, is to release a vibration that calls forth opportunities, ideas, and connections that align with receiving. To declare, I cannot afford this, is to release a vibration that attracts more conditions of lack. The subconscious does not filter these statements, it simply obeys. The universe does not judge these vibrations, it simply responds. Thus, the wise choice of words becomes the wise choice of experience. Words of prosperity create expectancy, and expectancy is the magnet that draws supply. When you continually affirm wealth, your mind begins to anticipate it, your eyes begin to notice it, your actions begin to align with it, and your environment begins to reflect it. The expectancy itself becomes a wide channel, and money flows into it with ease. Words repeated day by day, night after night, shape the deep patterns of the subconscious until prosperity becomes the natural state of mind, and money flows as naturally as water through an open stream. The channel created by words is not limited to one avenue. When you speak in faith that money flows to you freely, you open yourself to countless sources. It may come through your work, through unexpected gifts, through opportunities, through ideas, through investments, through avenues unseen and unimaginable to the conscious mind. The words do not dictate how. It is the work of the law to provide the way. Your task is only to speak the truth with conviction, to keep the channels open, and to refuse to speak words that close them. Every word spoken in faith is a declaration of sovereignty, a claim upon the riches of the universe. The moment you declare, money comes to me easily, you have set in motion a current of energy that must return to you as experience. The more often this is spoken with faith, the stronger the current becomes, and the more naturally money finds its way into your life. Words are never wasted, everyone produces after its kind. The wise use of words, therefore, is the wise use of prosperity. The careless use of words is the careless scattering of poverty. To fill the day with affirmations of wealth, to speak abundance in the morning, throughout the day, and before sleep, is to continually carve and widen the channels of supply. Each repetition deepens the pattern, strengthens the vibration, and secures the flow. Over time, the subconscious becomes so thoroughly impressed with wealth that it cannot conceive of lack, and in this state money must continually flow. This is the power of words spoken in faith. They do not merely describe reality, they create it, and they create it in exact proportion to the belief behind them. Gratitude and expectation are the two wings upon which abundance rises, the twin forces that open the heart and mind to receive wealth in its fullest measure. Gratitude is the acknowledgement that supply already exists, that provision is present, that the universe has already answered every need. Expectation is the confident anticipation that more is always on the way, that the flow of prosperity is unending, that tomorrow holds as much provision as today. When these two powers are joined together, they create a vibration so magnetic that wealth cannot resist it. Gratitude secures the present, expectation secures the future, and together they open an endless channel of abundance. To practice gratitude is to recognize prosperity, even in its smallest forms. The one who gives thanks for the dollar in his hand prepares the way for 10. The one who appreciates the meal before him prepares the way for a feast. Gratitude multiplies what it touches, for it is a signal to the subconscious and to the universe that you recognize and welcome the flow of supply. A grateful mind does not fix itself on what is missing, it sees what is present, and by seeing it, it increases it. Lack cannot remain in the presence of sincere gratitude, for gratitude continually affirms that supply is here, and what is affirmed grows. Expectation is the forward gaze of faith. It is the inner knowing that the stream of supply never runs dry, that every day brings new channels for money, that every opportunity is a doorway to more. Expectation is not wishful thinking, it is certainty clothed in anticipation. When you expect wealth, you behave as though it is already coming. You move with confidence, you make decisions without fear, you take actions that align with prosperity. This expectancy draws wealth with irresistible force, for the universe always responds to the vibration of belief. Where expectation is absent, doors may open and remain unseen. Where expectation is present, doors open and are eagerly walked through. Gratitude turns the mind toward abundance, and expectation keeps it there. A grateful person cannot dwell on lack, for his attention is filled with the evidence of supply. An expectant person cannot dwell on fear, for his heart is lifted by the certainty of more to come. These two states of mind dissolve worry, remove doubt, and silence the voice of limitation. Together, they form a continual affirmation: I am supplied, and I will always be supplied. This affirmation, spoken not only in words but in feeling, becomes the foundation of a prosperous life. Money is drawn to the atmosphere of gratitude and expectation. Just as a flower turns to the sun, wealth turns toward those who appreciate and anticipate it. Gratitude says to money, you are welcome here. Expectation says to money, I know you are always arriving. When these two are present, the flow cannot be hindered. Without them, even great riches may slip away. For the subconscious mind left untrained in gratitude and expectation will find ways to sabotage and repel wealth. Prosperity is not sustained by chance. It is sustained by the inner climate of thought and feeling, and gratitude with expectation create the richest climate of all. The practice of gratitude shifts the focus from what is missing to what is present, and the practice of expectation shifts the focus from fear of tomorrow to faith in tomorrow. Together, they keep the consciousness steady and open. Gratitude anchors the mind in the truth that abundance is here now. Expectation lifts the vision to the truth that abundance is always unfolding. Without gratitude, one may receive and fail to notice, and what is unacknowledged withers. Without expectation, one may give thanks for today but fear for tomorrow, and fear chokes the flow of supply. But with both, the flow is constant, secure, and ever increasing. Every expression of gratitude is a signal sent to the subconscious that prosperity is the reality, not lack. When this signal is repeated often, the subconscious arranges outer conditions to match it, bringing more and more evidence of wealth. Every act of expectation is a command that the unseen bring forth visible provision. The subconscious obeys this as well, guiding thoughts, actions, and circumstances toward financial increase. Gratitude and expectation are therefore not idle emotions. They are practical forces that move unseen substance into form. They are tools as exact and powerful as any law of nature, and when used together they guarantee abundance. Consider how a child receives with gratitude and expects without question. When given a gift, the child's delight multiplies the joy of the giver, and the child naturally anticipates more gifts to come. The child does not question whether provision will appear, he expects it as part of life. This childlike attitude is the essence of prosperity consciousness. To delight in what you already have is to multiply it, and to expect without doubt is to ensure its continual appearance. The adult mind, burdened with worry and disbelief, often forgets this truth, but the law has never changed. Gratitude and expectation still draw supply as effortlessly as they did in childhood. The atmosphere of gratitude and expectation not only attracts wealth, but also keeps it circulating freely. Money that is received with gratitude and spent with expectation always returns multiplied. To thank the universe for every dollar, and to release every dollar with the certainty that more will replace it is to live in perfect harmony with the law of circulation. Money flows where it is appreciated and multiplies where it is trusted. Fearful hoarding blocks the flow, careless spending ignores it, but grateful receiving and confident expecting enlarge it continually. Every morning is an opportunity to practice gratitude for the wealth already present, and expectation for the wealth on its way. Every night is an opportunity to reflect on the supply that has come and to anticipate more tomorrow. This daily practice shapes the subconscious into a permanent state of prosperity consciousness. Over time, the attitude of gratitude and expectation becomes so natural that lack cannot enter the mind, and when lack cannot enter the mind, it cannot appear in life. The inner state and the outer world always correspond, and when the inner state is one of gratitude and expectation, the outer world must mirror it with abundance. Gratitude softens the heart and expectation strengthens the will. Gratitude humbles, reminding you that supply is not of your making but of the infinite source. Expectation empowers, reminding you that you are an heir to that source and entitled to its riches. Gratitude keeps you open, expectation keeps you moving forward. Gratitude sees wealth in what already is, expectation sees wealth in what is to come. To live in both is to live in the continual flow of prosperity, where every need is met, every desire fulfilled, every fear dissolved. When gratitude and expectation become your constant companions, life takes on a rhythm of abundance. Opportunities appear naturally, money arrives in perfect timing, resources show up when needed. And you move through each day with the quiet assurance that supply is both present and forthcoming. This rhythm is not the product of chance but of alignment with the law. The law responds unfailingly to the vibration of gratitude and expectation, for together they declare the truth: abundance is now, and abundance is always. Wealth exists first in the unseen before it becomes visible, and it is always present, waiting only for recognition. The substance of prosperity surrounds every person at every moment, just as the air surrounds the body. It cannot be exhausted, it cannot be diminished, and it cannot be withheld. What keeps wealth from appearing is not its absence, but the failure to recognize and accept it. Just as the radio waves that fill the atmosphere are unheard until one tunes the receiver, so the riches of the universe remain unseen until one tunes the mind to the frequency of abundance. Recognition is the act of tuning in, the conscious decision to align with the truth that wealth already is. The unseen is the realm of cause, while the seen is the realm of effect. Every fortune, every flow of money, every opportunity originates in the unseen. The mind that holds the image of wealth, the heart that feels the joy of abundance, the word that declares prosperity. These are the seeds planted in the invisible soil of substance. In time, they must sprout into visible form, for the unseen is always pressing into visibility. Nothing can remain unexpressed when the channel is prepared. Recognition prepares the channel, and the moment you recognize wealth as already yours in the unseen, you begin to draw it into the seen. Most people look only to appearances, and when appearances show lack, they declare lack as their reality. But appearances are temporary shadows, while the unseen is eternal substance. To build belief upon appearances is to build upon sand, unstable and shifting. To build belief upon unseen truth is to build upon rock, unshakable and sure. The unseen wealth is more real than the balance in a bank account, for the account may change, but the substance of supply remains infinite. When you turn your attention from appearances of lack to the unseen presence of abundance, you shift the foundation of your life, and money begins to appear in ways you could not predict. Recognition is not passive observation but active faith. To recognize wealth is to declare it with certainty, to act as though it is present, to live in the vibration of possession before the outer proof arrives. The farmer recognizes the harvest the moment he plants the seed, though the field still looks bare. He acts in accordance with that recognition, watering, tending, and protecting the seed until it manifests. In the same way, recognition of wealth is the planting of inner certainty. You may not see the money yet, but you declare, "It is already mine in substance," and you act with confidence. This confidence itself is the magnet that draws the substance into form. The unseen wealth takes countless forms before it becomes money in hand. It may appear as an idea, an inspiration, a connection, a new path. To the one who does not recognize abundance, these may be overlooked. To the one who recognizes, every idea is a seed of fortune. Every encounter is a door, every circumstance is a channel. Recognition sharpens the vision so that you see opportunities where others see nothing. Recognition keeps the heart open so that you receive with gratitude what others might dismiss. Recognition ensures that no good is missed, for it is a continual affirmation: all that belongs to me comes to me now. Wealth in the unseen does not need to be created, for it already exists in fullness. It is not withheld by the universe, for the universe knows only generosity. The only barrier is unawareness. When you recognize abundance, you remove the barrier. Just as light fills a room the moment the shade is lifted, wealth flows into life the moment recognition is given. Recognition is the lifting of the shade of doubt, fear, and disbelief. It is the opening of the eyes to what has always been present. The substance of supply is infinite, and recognition allows it to pour into every area of life. Recognition is strengthened by imagination, for imagination allows you to see the unseen with clarity. When you imagine yourself surrounded by wealth, when you picture the life of abundance, when you feel the reality of financial freedom, you are not creating fantasy but recognizing truth. The unseen responds to imagination, for imagination is the language of the subconscious and the signal to the universe. Every vivid image of prosperity is an act of recognition, and the more often it is repeated, the stronger the channel becomes. Imagination aligned with recognition transforms invisible substance into visible supply. Gratitude also deepens recognition. To give thanks for money before it appears is to affirm that it already exists. To thank the universe for wealth unseen is to acknowledge that it is certain and present, even if not yet visible. Gratitude keeps the eyes fixed on substance rather than on appearance. It says, "I know it is here, and I rejoice in it now." This joyful recognition calls forth the manifestation more swiftly, for it leaves no room for doubt. Gratitude is the proof of recognition, and recognition without gratitude is incomplete. Together, they form the perfect state for abundance to flow. Expectation naturally follows recognition. When you recognize that wealth exists in the unseen, you expect its appearance in the seen. Expectation is not hope, which doubts, but certainty, which knows. Recognition says, "It is already mine." Expectation says, "It is coming into form." The two are inseparable. To recognize without expectation is to plant and never water. To expect without recognition is to wait without seed. But when recognition and expectation are joined, the harvest must come. The unseen is already rich with supply, and recognition is the act that claims it. When you live in recognition of unseen wealth, fear of lack disappears. You no longer see money as something fragile or scarce, for you know its source is infinite and invisible. You no longer cling desperately to what you have, for you know more is always present in substance, ready to appear. This freedom dissolves the chains of worry and replaces them with confidence. Confidence itself becomes a magnet to wealth, for it signals the subconscious and the universe that you are aligned with the law of supply. Wealth cannot help but respond, for it is already waiting in the unseen, eager to take form. Recognition transforms every moment into opportunity. Where others complain of shortage, you declare abundance. Where others see closed doors, you see hidden pathways. Where others despair, you expect provision. This difference of vision is the difference between poverty and prosperity, for life always mirrors belief. Recognition is belief in action. It does not demand, it does not beg, it does not strive, it simply knows. And in knowing, it makes visible that which has been invisible all along. Wealth in the unseen is constant, unchanging, ever present. Recognition is the key that unlocks it and calls it forth into the light of day.